Here's a message of importance to millions of people who are continually pale and washed out, weak and run down. Doctors will tell you that these conditions are often caused by a deficiency of iron. The iron you need to keep you physically fit and mentally alert. Medical studies show that 2 out of 3 women and many, many men lack the daily iron your body requires in a form your body can easily use and put to work. Every dose gives you more than your daily minimum iron requirement.
We are awake, we are awake, we are not alone. We are striving for more.
So if you're not getting the iron your body needs, if you feel weak, run down, and are easily upset, start taking ironrealmmedia today.
I'm starting off fresh, and I feel good. I look good. I smells good. I am good. Happy Friday, my friend.
Thank God it's Friday.
Yeah. TGIF. Welcome to Have No Sphere right here on the Iron Realm Media Proving Grounds. Yeah, you can imagine. It's a great thing about us where we have learned to grow comfortable in being technologically retarded around here. So this basically has been an 8-year-long test. Mic check is what this is. You guys have just been listening in on an 8-year-long mic check as we try to sort out our technical difficulties for the show. So I think it's going to work out well and really tends to set the pace, I think. We like to set the bar low. That way it's easy to step over.
Who's Barlow?
So that's a great way to start off tonight's show, because I think we're going to get it all worked out one way or the other. Before we get too far into it, let's just jump right in and say hello to the regular folks, because we got a full house. We're going to start off with a fella named Walt Johnson. You might recognize him from his channel Flat Earth Head. Here on the YouTubes, although he may be starting up another one, from the way I understand it. Walter, how you doing?
Yeah, there's really no point doing that. I'm not trying. Hi, everybody. I'm doing great. Sorry. And look, the camera went off. I'm doing so many things here. Again, the technical training crew. So, yeah, things are good. The channel has seen activity. And there's, I haven't gone back, though. I've done some training with our buddy, Rico. Not Rico. Sorry, he's here. Nemo. See how I conflated those. Done some training, got some new ideas. I was literally, while we were working here, I was working on some things. I'm getting ready for that new vibe. But, yeah, I'm probably just going to stay there on my channel. I don't see I'm not trying to be a PewDiePie or
You're gonna
YouTube DePaul or none of that. I'm just trying to have some fun with the people that come hang out with me. If I can get you guys to come play some Wildlands on my channel with me, that'd be amazing. Whatever. I'm just having fun with my friends. That's all we're doing. And if y'all have fun, that's the best part of it. So, but yeah, thank y'all for hanging out. I will have another one probably up tomorrow. That's what I'm figuring once I get all these little bells and whistles worked out. But yeah, I'm here. We got too many people and we're way too late to hear me ramble on. So I'll shut up and say hey, and I'll shut up. Love y'all.
I want to Play some Wildlands. I ain't played Wildlands in weeks. All right, let's move on. Let's say hello to Mrs. Cami Knodel. You might recognize her from her channel here on the YouTubes, Aisling717. Cami, how the hell are you doing?
Hey, I am doing good. I am here, and we have a full house, so I say let's go.
All right, let's just roll with it since we're in the house. Since we're in the neighborhood, let's say hello to Mr. Zachary Zabala. You might recognize him from his little book called Why Are the Stars, for sale on Amazon. Zach, how the hell are you?
Well, I found out that there was a misprint in the book. So if you order it now, you're going to get a special book because it's getting fixed.
So that's when you got to get autographed so that we can sell it on eBay for $10,000 here in a few years.
A few decades, maybe. We'll see.
We'll see.
But yeah, let's get going. Much love, all. Glad to be here. How was your day, Josh, before we get going too far? All right?
It was all right. It was quiet. Relatively busy. For some reason, I've got work stacked up that I can't get to it. And there's people that are short and looking for work, so I don't know why they're piling it up on me. But there you go.
You'll get it done.
I'll get it done. Employment security. That's all I'm worried about. So let's say hello to Rico. We're just going to call him Rico for ease of use purposes. Otherwise, it just might get confusing at this point. So,
AKA Aiden.
AKA Aiden, depending on
the amount of time it took me to figure out how to change that is so embarrassing. The fact that I'm trying to launch like a professional podcast and stream with 4 other people, I couldn't even change from my daughter's name to my name. This is my sea legs will be found next year around this time, if we're lucky.
Right.
How you guys?
You heard me say 8-year mic check, right?
No, I was.
Oh, you were probably popping back in.
No, I'm kidding.
Yes. The ironrealmmedia have no sphere has basically just been an 8-year-long mic check as we try to work out our technical difficulties. So, as long as you can get some of them worked out, you'll be doing better than us. Like I said, set the bar low.
If I'm still here, anybody in chat's welcome to let me know if my mic goes in and out for some random reason we can't figure out. So just let me know and I'll go out and come back in. But good to see everybody. I love you guys. Lovely brothers and sisters.
Much love, Rico.
It'll be like Pee-wee's Playhouse. Every time your mic goes, we'll all just go crazy and scream and go, ah!
Perfect.
And since this is your idea, I want to hear, before we start just introducing everybody, you actually just said you wanted to sort of come and introduce this before you guys actually launched. You wanted to come on here and maybe work out some of these little wrinkles that tend to pop up here and there and on occasion. How did this idea come about?
Okay, so, all right, well, the name, let me give you the name first.
All right.
I'm a big tinfoil hat fan, Sam Tripoli show. He has a co-host named XG, who's decidedly Mexican. And I kept trying to get through...
Benjamin Balderson knows them. I was like, he's always picking on him. What's that mean again?
That means your mic went out.
Mic's out?
Yeah, it did it again. This is what we've been working on, folks, trying to get, and a couple other things. But yeah, Rico, it's okay, brother. No, it's okay. I know your hands are not touching nothing. It's cool.
I know.
It happens.
What would cause that? Really? Like, what would, like, it's got to be a bad cord or something?
We've been trying to figure it out for an hour plus now. It's got to be a cord at this point, Lowry. That's what I'm thinking, man. It's too weird to not be a short
Am I back?
somewhere.
You are back.
Yes, you are back.
You're
I'm
back.
just going to talk way faster. Okay, so I was trying to get Benjamin Balderson to tell Sam Tripoli to call it XG Tinfoil Sombrero because he was on tinfoil hat. He didn't take to it, so I was like, well, I'm the whitest dude named Rico ever, so I'm just going to call myself Rico's Tinfoil Sombrero. So I've been branding it for 5 years. I want to make it very clear. I feel like I need to rush everything out before I crash again. But I am not the leader of this podcast. Nicole, Lowry, Andrew, we're all equals. I've just been branding that name long enough to do something with it. And I finally got the perfect crew. I love Lowry because he's just a dick and fart joke guy, and he's a musician, so he gets me. And I thought we could have a level-headed guy, which I think of Andrew as like level-headed. He's smart, you know. And my wife was like, "You need a feminine touch." I was like, "Okay, so join the podcast." She's like, "No effing way." It's not. She's camera shy, so I was like, "You think Nicole will be into it?" There it goes. My mic still working?
Yes.
Yes, you sound great.
Awesome. Awesome. That's great.
What are we doing when his mic goes out again? Are we all screaming and like this?
Yes.
Do we do this stuff? Okay. All right. I just want to make sure I'm involved in that when that happens.
Wait,
so.
you guys are doing Pee-wee's Playhouse. That reminds me of Team America.
Yeah, we could do something like that too. Sort of,
Just start
it's an
bouncing
offshoot.
It's kind
I
of
don't know.
both.
Just whenever you see us going like this, it means you got to go do something with your wire and make it do a thing.
No, I'm just logging out and logging back in. But by the way, you know what? I'm used to being handcuffed because my wife is just weird. Just keep my hands here so you know I'm not doing anything.
That's not that kind of stream.
God dang.
Rico, what the fuck?
What the fuck does WTF mean? Have you guys seen that?
No.
Into the
I
World,
want one.
the Simon Pegg movie?
No.
Oh yeah,
No.
yeah. I've seen
Into the World, where they're doing
Yeah.
the pub crawl.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But that's the short version before my mic cuts out. Also, I was going to come out of the closet this year, but it's just a crazy year. But next year, I'm going to tell Lowry how I really feel. So
Okay.
that's another factor.
Whoa.
Like I'm really a dick
Nope.
and fart joke guy. Is that why I'm a dick and fart joke guy?
Not a
kinda
dick
am.
butt joke guy.
I kind of am a little bit, but you know, fart always equals funny. I mean, everybody knows that, you know. So I'm gonna use that.
I'm just kidding.
I know you are, but still, I'm just gonna abuse it now.
That's what.
Yeah,
Is he out
I'm
again?
not even going to say anything. No, he's actually really polite. He's a total gentleman.
Yeah, it's just there's Alex Plus on Tuesdays. That's where you know, but it's usually just Alex. It's only Alex Plus on Tuesdays.
No, dude, I've enjoyed you since it was kind of I lost my drums in a fire before the very first time we played together at the Solar Return. Remember that, like 3 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like just gun shy. I didn't know anyone. I hadn't met anyone yet. And I remember playing, going, "Am I playing well?" And you just looked over and smiled, and I was just immediately in love.
That's
I
bullshit.
remember, yeah, because none of us knew what the hell we were doing, and we just rehearsed like an hour before, and we're like, I guess we're just gonna do this.
Oh,
You know?
and actually, I charted out the Beatles song, and no one dropped into the breakdown with me. I'm like, I had sheet music, and no one went with me. I was like, okay, it's good from here on out. No one.
Dude, I knew the whole Pink Floyd guitar solo and the Floyd song that we did, and I just muffed it. I just played one note and just rang it out for the whole time. Nobody really noticed, but I was like, I guess this is how this is gonna go because nobody really told me what we were gonna do.
Dude, I was doing all these like triplets with my kick too,
Yeah.
and I think that's where I won Ted over because he was like looking at my feet. He was like I wasn't using a double kick. I was just going over and over.
Yeah.
It was nice.
Hey, we have Walt, Zack, Cami, and Josh. Thank you for having us on, by the way. I didn't have a chance to do that.
Yes.
We just started chatting. So I've been listening to you guys for a long time. I'll catch the show on yours. Fridays are really busy for me, but whenever I have Fridays at home, I catch a show, and it's really great. I wanted you guys to know that.
We appreciate that,
Much
man.
love.
Yeah,
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
I actually have
And
an
thank you
alarm
guys
set.
for debuting with us. We appreciate the hell out of it.
That we don't know what the fuck we're doing, so we're just gonna
You're welcome.
dive right in.
You're
we're just
welcome.
dive right in. And what do we
And
do on
you
the first
found
night?
home. You found home.
Yeah. We jump in. We're like, okay, the first night we go on, we're gonna get 8 people on a live stream. You know, it's like not the best way to start, but let's take a shot at it. Mostly because I don't know how to use Skype. So like, I was like, what, we're on Skype? I'm like, I hadn't used Skype in probably 8 years. The only person I Skype with is Mark Sargent, and I'm like, dude, do you really still use this thing? And I'm like, he's like, yeah, it works fine every time. I'm like, oh, all right. So I go back in and try to find my Skype account. And I was like, do I have to have a thing, or And then, finally got it figured out. I'm not as tech savvy as you think.
But dude, I've been practicing with StreamYard this whole time. Because
that's what I know the best.
Do. So they were like,
yeah, I believe Andrew told everybody to get Zoom. So yeah.
So then I worked out Zoom. So I was like sitting back. I was like, I got an hour to relax after work. I got my camera angles, and they're like, nope, Skype. I'm like,
now realize we haven't used Zoom in over a year, and Andrew's on our show probably two times a week on average, at least on Skype. I'm just saying, Andrew. I'm not saying anything bad, Andrew. I'm just saying.
So Andrew probably could have given us a heads up.
Well, no, because we did used to do all of our Friday night.
No, we were on
shows.
Zoom for years and years,
Yeah.
man. I'm fucking with Andrew. I really am. Yeah, we were Zoom advocates at one time, actually, because you could present and you could draw, and we were doing like technical, crap with whiteboards, and that lasted about 3 shows, and then it turned into dicks on a map. And
Yep. Wasting $250 a year.
Internet this morning.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know how we're going to do this. We were completely zero on
We
internet.
had no internet.
Yeah. So we got lucky. They came over and got it fixed up pretty quick. We went from like 15 connectivity to 300 in about 30 minutes. So we've been operating on slow internet for, I don't know, 6 months.
2 hours?
No. I mean, on that old router for 6 months.
No,
so
not that fast.
it could have been a lot worse is what we're saying. It could have been so much so that we're trying to connect with you guys on like 15 connectivity. Right.
Yeah.
So like everything works.
I know what all those numbers mean.
No, you guys sound great, and the video looks great. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, I still have to I monitor the show that's actually happening in real time up on this one, and so I look at that, and it's just a little bit behind. It's roughly 10 seconds behind, so I couldn't tell if the show had started, and then it started, but you had our tile up, so it just had an embedded window in there showing your intro. Is that how you usually do it? Because I usually just listening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So we're
Is the
good.
audience seeing what we're seeing right now? Once you.
So there's a tile behind it, and then we're embedded within the tile of the tinfoil sombrero, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, cool. All right, that's great. Yeah, we're smooth sailing, guys.
Andrew B. We haven't heard you yet.
All right.
I'm just being patient. I'm getting feedback.
That's probably
You're a
Rico.
prince. You're a prince, Andrew. Dude, what you already?
No, it's good.
No.
It
that was for Andrew.
That was
'cause
for
he's-
Andrew.
Yeah, that was Andrew. That
Okay, come on now. Mixed signals. Mixed signals. And it's not 2025 yet, so I'm not coming out. You can't make me do it. By the way, my nickname used to be Wetback Mountain.
Whoa, dude.
Wait till you hear that
Whoa.
story.
Whoa.
I'm all about the dudes. I'm kidding.
Well, can you tell us?
Or
the
is
story?
he?
Does it involve date rape in a tent?
No, apparently I'm more.
What
Apparently, the more drunk I
Don't
get, the
devolve
more
into that
feminine
stuff.
I act or something. I don't know.
Yeah, are we going to the gutter already? It's not even like we've just got the show
Oh.
on. We just stay away from the gutter for a hot
we
minute.
straight into
So we don't come out
straight into
before.
the dumpster,
Okay,
right?
No, I couldn't be any less gay. But apparently, the more hammered I get, the more flamboyant I get. I don't know. There's something, I guess. My wife says it too.
I think that's a good quality.
Hey, you know what? My wife has often said that I'm the best husband ever, and it's also like having a gay best friend because she can go shopping with me, and I'm good at that too. So it is what it is.
I love that.
I can't stand shopping for anything. I get like
Dude, that is so epic.
the grocery store causes me great disdain.
Oh, it does me now. This was
We're gonna
when
start a
we've been
hotline
married
for
for
that.
17 years. And I've been faithful the whole 17, well, except for dudes, the whole 17.
Early on in Michelle and I's life together, she was quite amazed at my not desire, but willingness to go hang out with her wherever, the mall, shopping, whatever big box store. I just wanted to be hanging out with her. So yeah, it became part of our thing, but it has soured considerably.
I just
over the
noticed your
years.
background.
That experience, man. I'm ready, dude. I am ready.
I don't know. I just feel every time I leave a grocery store in New York City, I feel beat up. I feel abused.
I can't even
I lose
imagine in a
faith
huge
in
city
humanity.
like that trying to experience it. Right. It would be just disdain and I would be that dude getting arrested every other day for going off.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
sincerely traumatizing.
Well, the
you know, not even-
Scandemic too, like that made it even like, yeah.
You mean
I
Well, I mean, I
still-
get
I
it.
still have
In my
everything
little
to-
rural dinky town I live in, I get the idiot factor to the nth degree. So I can't even imagine in a metropolis
Yeah,
like
that being
that. what it
100-fold.
my brain
You're
would
in
just be
Brooklyn,
leaking
right?
out.
No, I'm not going to say that.
Just imagine shopping in a store full of Muppets, acting at their peak, you know, chaos. That's what it is. And then
Yep.
like having
That
to,
actually
like,
sounds fun, but
Well, I mean, it can be fun, but like these are, I don't know. Maybe that's not the right word. I mean, when I meant Muppets,
it's not
like,
the right word.
Not
That's
the
a good
Muppet
time.
Babies, Rico. Not the Muppet Babies. That
Have
would
you
be
ever
fun.
seen Peter Jackson's puppet movie?
Is it creepy?
No.
Those guys.
I suspect it's creepy.
Was
it
it
good?
pre
Go,
pre
go,
Lord of the
go
Rings?
dig deep, and I'm sorry to anyone who does. Go look that up. It's not my fault. I didn't
Is
make
it
it.
pre Lord of the Rings?
What was it
Oh,
called?
dude, his pre-Lord of the Rings career was nuts. He did this movie called Dead Alive that was like the most hilarious gore fest since
saw Beautiful
Reanimated. It was
Creatures.
amazing.
That's
But
why
you got
they
to get the
chose
unrated
him
version.
for Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
One of
that's
his
why
big
he was such
criteria
a
is
great.
like gore was like splattering of guts and crazy
He could do
creatures
it.
and everything else. Yeah, and it was like that's what you have to do for this movie. It's going to be a bunch of orcs running around, you know, pulling people's heads off and whatnot. So it was like it was kind of the good candidate for it. But what I'm saying is the grocery store up here, it's not, I guess, not a grocery store full of Muppets, but maybe, I don't know. Just imagine like organized chaos, and then when you get out of there, you're frazzled. That's kind of what it is. So
It's traumatizing.
Yeah,
That's me
yeah,
at
it
work
is.
every day.
There should be a hotline for it. You know, like Grocery Shoppers Anonymous or something.
we were actually talking about that last time we were left. We're like, dude, I need to call somebody.
Don't
This is
let anyone know I shop for groceries.
oh, woo!
Okay. I think the main purpose of why all four of us have joined into Iron Real Media, I'm sorry, Ironworks? I get confused between the two.
Have no fear.
Iron Real Media. That is us.
Iron Real
as
Media,
a
there we
group.
go. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Is to just kind of say that the very first fucking time that I've ever gonna like actually dedicate time to do a live stream on a daily basis or a weekly basis is gonna be with Lowry, Nicole, Rico, and myself. So I guess I've been invited in because I'm, I guess the
Level-headed.
I don't know, the oddball.
You're the one that's you're the
not
level-headed
oddball.
one. You're the one that's going to keep us on course.
That's
And
why.
don't let it.
That's why I.
I'll try.
I mean, I can talk about flat Earth and all sorts of stuff all night long, but like sometimes I just want to make jokes and like there's so many. You know what here's the thing about it was like I missed the joke making once I didn't lose a generation of friends, but I definitely got distance from a generation of friends almost 10 years ago when this all came up. And I miss
Yes,
all the
sir.
inside jokes that I used to be able to like have with all those people. And it's like we've had to develop this whole new idea of what jokes are moving forward into this brand new reality. And like we're kind of finding them now. And there's kind of like the humor never left and the funny never left, but we had to kind of repackage it in this new world that we're living in with a whole bunch of new people that we never, I mean, like making a whole bunch of new friends, you know, midlife that's a big deal, you know, because like I was like, geez,
Not most people get to do this.
these
you
are my
know?
friends now, you know, and like I was always telling people, I was like, I have to go out and meet these people to make sure this is real. And, you know, all the Flattoberfests and Solar Returns and like all the other events, make sure you're real people. And guess what? We all still laugh and have a good time. And, you know, we're not saints, you know, some are better than others, but like, I love just making jokes with people, knowing that we're actually in the reality that I'm in.
Mhm.
And, you know, I think like, this is just my 2 cents. And then cause you got to keep me from ranting, but the idea was with this one was just to make a show that's funny, or at least we think it's funny. And like, we'll talk some flat earth, we'll talk a bunch of stuff. Because I think a lot of the heavy lifting and a lot of the tech stuff is already being taken care of by other people. And we're just trying to create something that makes it okay for people that are on the fence or on the bubble that are scared and this sort of thing. Is, hey, there's normal people out there that see this reality and maybe I hate to use the word normalize, but we're kind of using it as just normalize talking about it and that we're still fun and we have a good time. And it's not a cult, it's not a psyop, it's not anything. It's just people, same people we were before, you know, but we saw this new thing, you know?
Yeah, I want to add to that real quick.
Before you add too much, you may want to bounce out and come back in.
Gonna do it
It's
silently.
fun, Rico. It's fun, brother. Don't worry about it. You guys can make this a part of your show.
No, we'll get it worked out. Check.
You sound good.
You're
All
back.
right,
You're
I'll
back.
talk super fast. You guys know who Rasta Bear is?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't realize how good I had it. I'm like, dude, none of my old friends, none of my old ex bandmates, none of them, not only do they not get that we live on a stationary, obviously intelligently designed plane,
But they make fun of me behind my back because they're all two-faced dipshits. Motherfucker!
It sounded like you got a message. Did you get a Skype message or something just now?
Do you have all your windows closed? 'Cause I'm gonna
I-
love doing this for the rest of the
I,
show. I'm just gonna do it every time.
Dude, we can do an action like everyone do that.
hey, I heard that. I did get a message.
Like a GIF out of it or something.
Well, I sent a message in general. This the chat to the right, which does pop and make a noise unless you turn that setting off. And we're not going
No,
there.
that's what it is. That's what it is.
Check,
you need
check,
to turn
check,
off.
check.
Turn off.
I don't
your,
think
Yeah, you
that is
sound
what it is.
good.
everything else.
I'm just gonna turn my phone off. Love
I
you,
think
chat.
that was just a coincidence. Yeah,
I don't
see,
think it
Josh,
is.
I mean, Zach, that's not it. It was just coincidence.
Okay.
There can be a coincidence
check.
every now and again.
You're good.
Sound
You're
good?
good. Go ahead. Go
Yeah,
go
you're
ahead.
good,
with your
brother.
thoughts.
So
You're good,
I was talking to Rasta Bear and I was
Bye,
telling him
bye.
that. Oh, well, shut up. I have sound. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, Cami, there you are. Either way, I was talking to Rasta Bear and I was talking about how none of my friends or ex-bandmates, how they think it means, oh, you're an idiot or maybe the drugs just, burned you out. But all my family, like almost all my immediate family are flat earthers and truthers now. I didn't realize that most people don't have either until I started going to festivals and meetups. And you guys know who the Founded Earth Brothers are?
Yeah.
Yep.
They come to all my meetups now, and
Awesome.
Witsit, he actually not only came to one of my meetups, he crashed here with us, and like now, not only is it like new friends, and I don't hate my old friends, I'll always love them, but
Of course.
this is a whole different level of just like when you're awake, and before that, you think that flat Earth is a synonym for idiot.
Yeah.
Like that's what people hear. That's what they hear.
Yeah,
Oh,
you found people that have more in common with you now. You have this
Absolutely.
new. It's like there is no. I don't know how to say it. It's weird. It's like, yeah, once you meet other people like us, we just kind of mesh. There is no friction. It's weird.
yeah. No, I remember. You didn't tell me what you were frustrated about, but you had the Flattoberfest before last. You were frustrated or worn out, and you came out, and it was one of my favorite moments of the weekend. Me and you just sat down on a curb. You remember that? We just kind of chatted, and then I could tell that
I felt better.
I'm not a hippie, but your aura, for lack of a better term, I could tell that you were just better, and it made my night.
That was good medicine.
It was a
man.
good moment for me. Like I was like, because I don't
needed
think
it.
you even told me what you were upset about
No,
or
I think,
frustrated about.
I think that was when Cami broke my
Heart. Like, that's
no,
me. Wait.
the Galilean thermometer.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Cami.
Fucking
Yeah, I know.
Cami. Of course.
I punched her. We're even now. 2 in the arm,
What's a Galilean?
Knocked her right
Oh,
to the
she
ground.
did get another one though. She absolutely, corrected.
Were your little bauble glass dillies coated with like this oily substance, Zach? Oh, he left. Shit.
My what now? My bobble glass dilly?
Inside that Galileo thermometer, the little baubles, the glass bubbles that floated up
Yes,
and
it's
down. They
paraffin
weren't laying
wax
around.
oil in there. Yeah,
Is that what it was? Yeah, dude. Because my
Yeah.
whole back here, where the first generation of cats broke that one, It had that forever. It took, yeah, there you go. It took me forever to get that oiliness off stuff up there. And I have those floating around somewhere, and they're still coated with like an oiliness. I didn't know that's what it was.
You can
Yeah,
really
In
on
all
that-
fairness, in all fairness, I got that stuff over all of my mica, all of my books,
it's
all
horrible.
of my.
Yeah,
I
it goes
got it all
everywhere,
over
man.
everything. And for people on the Galileo thermometer and me in all of my gracefulness, breaking it, I believe if you're familiar with Ariel's channel, she has a live feed of it up and actually shows the exact moment that my hand flies into it, and it flies and breaks on the table while we were doing an online demo for her channel. And yeah, I
And
felt
me having my
terrible.
little temper tantrum. Yeah, I did.
No, it
Ariel's
wasn't. It's just
even over-
heartbreaking. It was from his mother.
I just turned
It was-
around and I was like, oh, yeah, it was a Christmas
I mean,
present
it's
for Mom.
tough losing a Galilean thermometer. I mean, I remember the first time I lost my first Galilean thermometer. It was really
And
hard
come on,
for
it was a
me.
gift from his mother.
Oh,
It gets easier with time. If I had a nickel for every time I lost a Galilean thermometer, Jesus.
can I wanted to speak before we lose track of that story about you guys talking on the curb. One of the most beautiful things that was really jarring for me at first was the all walks of life people when I went to my first Flatover. All walks of life. I mean, you just couldn't put a finger on it. And when I walked in there, I was like, oh, holy shit, this is like high school all over again. You have all these different, you have like, you've got some people that are in the Christian side of things and the biblical side, and you've got some people that aren't sure. I was an ex-space nerd. I was like the guy that loved space forever. Didn't really have a lot of
I
church
think
in my
we
life.
all were. Like,
Yeah, but-
everyone says that.
But like looking around, I was like, these people are my people. And I'm also completely fucking freaked out. I'm like, these aren't the people I would have hung out in high school with. And it took me 3 events to really get comfortable with like all the different types of people that
Me
were coming in. And I'm like, because I had this programming for years and years and years. I'm like, I wouldn't probably have hung out with that dude, but I hang out with him now and he's pretty fucking rad, So I went through all of that. So like I empathize, I guess, with that situation. It was like, well, Crumb came in the first day. He didn't talk to
Crumb
anybody.
is-
And
he's
he's
a
awesome.
friend.
And what he did was he went down the convenience store. He bought a 12-pack of like cheap beer, had a mandolin on his back, and just walked around by himself. And he finally at night, after we were out doing karaoke, he
course
realized
he
I was a
did.
musician. He came up and started talking to me, and now we're dear friends. But like the first time, he was scared to talk to anybody for a whole day. I saw him sitting to the side of the wall. He's coming from a rock and roll world like me, where he's like, what am I doing here? I don't understand this, but like it all like rolled off after a while. And now like, I'll leave it at this, but it's just like, now I've got a great brand new bunch of friends. Hopefully I haven't lost a lot of old friends over this. I think they're probably a little distant, but some of them are trickling back, but anyway, that's it. And then there's 8 people in here. So, and plus I need to get a drink. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to be very vague about this, but the trivia thing you guys did for you know what?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are going to see this that don't even know I'm a flat earther. Hey, damn it.
This is fun.
We're never
My
gonna
cat
forget
took
this.
off. She's like, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
It's a timing issue. We'll deal with it later on.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay. I want to hear this story though. What do you got, Rico?
What was I saying?
You were just being vague
Something
about
about
something.
trivia.
Oh yeah,
You were vague.
the issue.
That the trivia was for? You guys know more about it.
Yep.
You can keep just talking. I think I can
Yeah,
understand
we
you. if
can
you wanna
probably
keep
We
hear
can
you.
understand
We hear
you.
you, man.
It's
Go.
just not as clear as you were before.
None of my friends or ex-bandmates know what I'm going through. All of you guys do. Put it that way.
Word.
I think it's called Ascension.
A version of that, maybe?
Ascension. It's when you can, see through things. I mean, I think the first time somebody said, well, my mom has my whole entire life, she's like, we never landed on the moon. She's like, I watched that in elementary school. It was the dumbest thing I ever saw. My dad
Smart
served in the
lady.
Navy. What's that?
Smart lady.
Yeah. So, well, she doesn't trust the government. She doesn't trust anything. But like, I feel really bad for all the people who get shunned because of their belief system. It's like, who are you to judge me about what I think it is, regardless of anything? that's not your right to make me feel bad. And so when we can move through that, that helps. And also I've always been just a spiritual person my whole entire life. And so the first time I heard flat earth, like, speaking of puppets, I was dating a puppeteer and we were in Tulum and he was sitting on the beach sewing a puppet and he looked up at me and he goes, "Do you know the earth is flat?" And I was like, that makes sense. That's it. That's my story.
It makes more sense than a spinning
so
waterfall.
often, man, in this path. I've heard that so many times that like, yeah, just click instantly. And I was like Lowry, I was going to the moon. My mom took me out at 2 in her arms from the TV and like to the moon out there and pointed up and like, there it is. That's where those men are. And I'm like, well, that's where I'm going. And I was 2 and I started that path and I did all the sciences and I went to the, Space Center and all of it. I was pumped. Saw the shuttle landing. I was so excited. And then like, what? There's no way there's flat. I've seen it. That was my biggest hump to get past, was all the proof I'd seen my whole life of watching NASA being stuck up their thing, So yeah, I was the opposite. It took me some convincing.
Yeah.
But it didn't take long,
It didn't take long, but it was like, I was just like, I was a little bit, I was very jarring, when my brain said, this is right, and I hid it. I hid it from everybody for 2 years. I was in my laptop. Somebody come up, I shut my laptop. Didn't let them see what I was looking at.
Porn.
All this stuff.
Skate porn.
And then finally, go ahead.
It's porn. Skate porn.
Foot porn.
It's just
child
porn.
Child porn. And it's like, it's still the way that people look at you when they know that you're flat, they still look at you kind of like you're looking at child porn, but it's some sort of weird different thing that's like, I can't talk to you the same way as I could talk to you when yesterday or whenever. And but you know what it is? It's like, I haven't changed. I mean, I've evolved, but I haven't really changed in my core personality of just loving to crack jokes, make music and that sort of thing. And when they see that, they come back through and they're kind of sort of creeping back up to me just to say, hey, sorry we gave you such a hard time and all this stuff. So I don't know if that's them maybe coming around to the topic, or at least they just realized that they were being dicks. I know Crumb went through the same thing because, musicians are very social creatures, and he probably had tons of connections out in the rock world. And like his bandmates, they didn't abandon him, but they certainly didn't treat him the same way. Yeah. So like we're kind of coming out of that fog now. I hope. I really feel like. Oh, also thank goodness we have an Austin on our side.
Yeah.
So he can be the front man on all this stuff.
The heavy lifting, right?
The heavy lifting, man. It's like all we have to do now is just like normalize, talk about it, have a good time, have a good laugh, really, because like we kind of cracked through it. Everything else after this is your own spiritual journey.
Yeah, this is gravy now. The rest is gravy.
Yeah.
Speaking of Austin, Witsit, real quick, we are doing the trivia for charity on behalf of him. He did not ask for it. I volunteered to promote it, and he accepted.
Let's get him some money. Get him some money.
Babies are expensive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he needs to stay on that. I heard something about Jared. Jared wanting to. He's going to take some time off to go do some other work. But I was like, Jared, you can't do that. This stuff's about ready to take wings. I know he's like, he talked to me. He was like, he's got to take care of his family. I get that stuff, but I was also talking. I was like, there's got to be some way. I don't know, Cami, I was going to talk to you since you're the godmother of all this. Can you just run a bank so we can trust you, so that you can like divvy out, little loans here and there that we can all give money to? Because you can't trust
Absolutely
him.
not. Absolutely not. I do not want to be in charge of the money on it at all.
You can't leave it to us.
I do know that there's no better support that you can do than supporting like Witsit or Jaron and people that are out doing it every day, that have given so much and do it all of the time, and are the warriors of warriors. And Dave, definitely Dave has been so good with his app and doing things. Again, all of these people, what they go out and they do and how much they do.
Isn't Dave Weiss a little too obvious for a bank?
Yeah, probably. He probably wouldn't be the good. I was just saying, taking someone who.
No, I think we take it for granted that he does so much that he doesn't need help because he does so much, and it's like that's.
He stayed up for like 27
it's not
hours.
Very gracious.
Fridays or something.
Can't we expect him to just start charging usury though? Isn't that how that naturally progresses?
Oh, he wouldn't like to hear
And
that.
Karen, you look at Karen and what she does day in and day out, and do it with again. These people in here, if you want to support and do things like that, they're doing so much.
Yeah.
And they're both the most selfless people ever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the shit that they take for it.
Yeah, I mean, like there was a lot of time where like I got in at like 2015, 2016, and there was a very small. I don't know. What do you think? Maybe a couple hundred people that were working on this. Maybe 300.
Yeah,
maybe
making videos and stuff like
took
But
it
what
on
a
the
great group! Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they
Can I
pulled
say
off all the
something
ones
real
from
quick?
Indonesia and all the
Yes.
such good.
Rico, do it quick.
Okay. I want you guys to know that I've been pretty private since I got crapped on so much for coming, telling people that I'm a flat earther. So I want you guys to know that I've been advertising this on my mainstream Instagram. So I'm actually coming out right now. And I'm also admitting I'm a flat earther.
Really? I thought everybody knew that.
Stop.
Ooh.
Should we add you to the list?
Interesting.
But
We've
what you
got-
were saying about it being more people being open to it, I'm pretty high on the leaderboard on the app for sales, like one screen down. I've woken up over 50 people and sold the app to them at work at Nissan, but I've met easily 5 times as many that are already there since the pandemic. People sat at home and had nothing to do but research. So there's definitely the 100th monkey effect is definitely going down right now.
well, yeah, that one
We're not going to be at the bottom of the barrel much longer.
a professional football player guy was saying that, like, if you took
Travis
a
Kelce.
blind thing, yeah, at least 20%, maybe
Of
more
all locker rooms, he said.
of all locker rooms. Yeah, not just
Yeah.
his, but he said all locker rooms.
I'm just gonna
Yeah,
put
that'd be a
my money on Aaron Rodgers is the next flat Earth guy. I think the tennis player already is, but Aaron Rodgers is the next guy. I think so.
Djokovic or something of
Yeah,
it.
Djokovic is flat for sure, but Aaron Rodgers.
Oh
is the
yeah, I
next
know.
guy.
Yeah,
And because
and
people blindly
of
follow. Yeah.
a lot of NBA guys, and I'm actually friends with a lot of UFC guys, like personal friends with them. A lot of those dudes are flat earthers. A lot of them.
We need to set a date for all these people to come out on the exact same day. That way,
All at once.
none of them are going to feel like they're, going to get ridiculed or this or that. That's what needs to happen. All these people that aren't saying it, we need to get a video or something out there together where they all just come out and say, yep, the earth is flat. That's all they got to say.
Hashtag
But then
YouTube.
along with 500 other people.
If
So
I'm
they don't
still
feel-
here, I have the date for it. July
Every
4th.
Friday.
Make it a real thing.
July 4th on
Doing it
Make it a
with
real-
the date and the doing things. I want to take a minute and do like who I'm going to call the most appreciation to the most underrated and underappreciated flat earther that does it every day. And I did it before, and the other one towards the end, Karen B. I take it for granted because she's my best friend. But if you look at what she does and pulls together for the different conferences, arranging everybody, putting meetups that everybody is doing, not just her.
All my
I mean,
meetups.
she puts everybody's meetups. She puts out in every other way, and it's like the most taken
4
for
plus
granted.
live shows a week.
And even I was
Not
talking about
every other
channels
way,
that, like
Kimmy.
you should be helping.
Not-
It's like crazy.
Be clear.
Indeed.
Cammy does.
Queen Bee.
Karen does not put out in every other way.
You're maybe not to you,
Which
but we'll
is
talk to
pretty
Tim.
weird.
Yeah, don't worry.
Which
That's really like too
is
much.
pretty weird.
Like
I
none
just
of your business.
thought it was a
None of your
strange
business
generalization to make.
You don't want to talk. We're not talking about their personal relationship. Don't go there, and it ain't ever happen. Yeah, it's like not for the airwaves.
Oh, and by the way, something about
I
Karen,
agree.
if I can add in. I think Karen is super fucking amazing with what she's doing. And I went to the Vegas conference, and I brought the trivia board game, like 2 parts of it. And I made the mistake of actually putting it out on the table with all of the stuff for people to play if they wanted to play it. And then I got
Right.
a
That's the
semi
coolest
cursed
thing.
out by Karen.
I played with it.
Oh, cool.
I was like, this is the coolest thing ever.
And Nate from
I love
Commercial
that.
Sound and Video told you the truth. If you haven't been chewed out by Karen before lunch, you're not friends with Karen.
Yeah, that's pretty much. He's like, don't worry about it. It's just,
Oh, fuck yeah.
no,
We
Karen
were
was
like,
super
I've
cool.
been there. I've
we were
been
still
there.
in bed. We were supposed to be shooting photography, and it was like 15 minutes before. And she's texting us. She's like, "What the fuck are you guys?" We were literally just right upstairs, like 10 steps away from actually.
Yeah,
getting
when there's
down there.
500 or 600 people at
I'm
an
terrified.
event,
Yeah, we just
It-
kind
that's
of
a lot
strolled
of
right in at like 1
weight on
minute
your
left
shoulders.
instead of
Scares the fuck out of me.
That
Oh no,
guy.
she's in chat.
Yeah, Karen's there.
Karen's in chat, just so you
Oh
know.
no, I
Oh,
turned my
I-
phone off.
Karen
I
does an
apologize to
amazing
Just
Karen
job.
kidding,
twice. Like,
Hey,
and
Karen
Karen,
does an
here's who you're
amazing
making the
job.
stickers for. She's making decals for the Black Swan.
I'm actually really excited to learn more about Flattoberfest, which is going to
Can't
be
believe
happening on the East Coast in Myrtle Beach.
You shouldn't say that yet. It was not confirmed.
Oh, sorry, Karen.
Oh my God, she's in chat. I'm so embarrassed.
For the-
Karen, don't hate me.
You guys got to learn to multitask. That's why I keep like 7 screens up. I want to know where everybody's at. I'm like, don't.
Everything, yeah, right.
Karen, I meant that in a really good way. Like, I'm a human doormat. I wish I was more like you. And I tell my wife that all the time. I promise you, I'm not just saying this to backpedal.
You guys have seen her shoot, right?
Sorry,
No.
Guns?
Oh yeah,
I like
Right.
guns.
she's a good
Yeah.
shot.
No,
Yeah.
Karen shoots gun? Of course she does.
Mhm.
And
Karen, will you
probably
join?
Like,
Can Karen join?
She absolutely can join if she'd like to.
I would actually like it if
She
Karen taught me how to
absolutely
shoot a gun.
can.
I know
Karen?
she is
Karen, you want to
Taking
come on
care
and
of
stomp some
Ted.
balls?
and
Oh
does
my
very
God,
much,
now I
but
can listen back to what I said.
we will throw her.
Anybody who shoots
an
guns
invitation.
and has an amazing nighttime bedtime routine is just
Yeah,
know,
it's like
and a voice.
Whoa. All right.
Amazing. So
She's
shout out to
all
Karen.
out of bubble gum.
I can teach you how to
No,
shoot guns
right?
over the internet, but it's not anything that's
No,
going to be.
I just want to shoot him at a target.
I just want
Well, yeah, but
to
you can teach it
I don't want to
on
shoot
a-
him over the
on
internet.
a whiteboard, but you can't actually teach it unless you're in person. That's the
So
main
who do you consider targets? Oh, I mean, what? But
Oh, there we go.
you guys ever
Um,
really fired a machine gun? When I fired one, it's
I
really
have.
it's an obnoxious thing because once it gets vibrating, you're just shooting.
You're not
just
aiming at anything.
spitballing.
Yeah.
That's-
You're just
that's
like
what she
on a-
said like 8 times right now.
That's what it's
Okay.
for,
Pressing
though.
Right,
fire. That's
Yeah.
all you're doing.
But that's what it's for,
Yeah,
really.
right.
It's fun. It's fun, and like I guess in a
You're
close
not supposed
encounter.
to shoot machine guns in any more than about a 1 second burst, which is about 3 rounds per second.
This was the
I'm
point
told the
of
most
a Gatling
effective
gun.
weapon is really like a sawed-off shotgun, because the spray is immediate. So you can't miss, literally. You may not kill the other whatever it is you're trying to kill, but you're in a
No,
close
if they're close
combat.
enough. Yeah.
If they're close enough,
quarters.
And if you don't give a fuck what's behind them or next to them or
Yeah,
behind the
exactly.
wall behind them, then you're fine.
Exactly. You've got that, and if you have multiples from different angles, I know that the few times I've shot a shotgun, it's popped me on my butt more than once. And the times I've stood up, I've definitely felt it. You don't feel so in control over it. I definitely like shooting like an AR-15 or that. It's a whole different. It's a whole different. You have control with like the ARs. They're easy to shoot. They're like no kick, no. So I have to laugh about the shotgun over the safety of it. You who have a shotgun, it tips you over. You can't like reset it, jars you, but you have something like an AR that's like shooting a BB gun. I mean, literally the amount of kick, maybe a little bit more.
Isn't the AK-47 like the most obnoxious machine gun of all time? Like it just every time you shoot, it's like the spray pattern is like all the fuck over the place or something.
I don't know about the AK-47. I don't know at all. I'm talking about the AR-15 that shoots a 22.
sorry.
I think don't they shoot 22s? They're not that.
What about a bazooka?
Much
that'd be
larger
like,
pattern.
holding a bazooka for somebody my size is, like holding a
Wanted
bazooka
to
for you.
shoot
That's
one
a shotgun.
Bad. So
Oh.
bad.
I know it is. It's guns, man. Guns prove flat Earth. Hey, Cami,
We
bowling
should
proves
just-
flat Earth
we should
every
bring
time.
back cannons.
Cannons.
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys really believe in cannons, or is that just stupid? Like big piles of balls and an old cannon?
No, they're
thing?
real.
Yeah.
I thought they just shot people out of them at the circus.
Those are, yeah.
So isn't that positive?
I did.
Okay.
So apparently you went down that rabbit hole, Lowry, of where those piles. Oh, he walked away.
Hold on.
What'd I do?
He's
The
ghosting
piles of ball. You've seen the research into those piles of balls that are in some of the old Tartaria statuary. I take it.
Yeah, well, I was
Have
just
me
like,
at
I was
piles
making a
of
comment to
balls.
see if I could get a response out of it, because like some of these little rabbit holes that like some of these guys go down with
Oh yeah.
the stuff. It's like, it's kind of weird. It's like I don't know how to say this. Like, a lot of it's Karen and I actually were like arguing about this live last week. I was like, I think some of this has merit, and yes, some of it's stupid and retarded, and but the piles of cannonballs looking like they're just set up as a set piece, I think is what it was.
Yeah,
It was a little bit that I went down.
Yeah.
And so like there was some of that, and it was like, and I'm just like, I'm a child again now after all this, so I'm relearning history, relearning everything.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
Could be, I don't know. Like I did go down to St. Thomas for my birthday, and like the pirates, that's the pirate lore down there is real, and they had cannons like on hills and everything else. It's very mountainous. So I they're there. I can't, I
Right.
can't imagine what it is, but it's like they actually fired the fucking things. It's really inefficient. It seems like these things can't move. They can only point in one direction. You got to fucking take 3 guys to move them.
Yeah, the more
Right.
modern ones
That's
are a lot more
always-
accurate, but
The distance and damage, though, was revolutionary.
Yeah.
Yeah, it went way further than an arrow, and you were just shooting into a big, massive crowd of people coming towards you, and you actually would aim short. The cannonball, like hitting on the ground, they didn't shoot them up high on the ground. They more
wanted to
like a
skip.
line drive. Yeah,
They wanted to skip.
and bounce through, and take out as many people as possible. Yeah,
Because I was wondering if they had like an explosive when they hit.
there were different types
No,
that were
just
made,
mass.
but most of them didn't
Mass
explode. Just
at velocity.
iron
Like a giant
flying
pinball.
real fast. Yeah.
Hey, you guys want to hear about a crazy rabbit hole? Have you guys heard that all birds are melted bricks?
Oh my god.
Oh, let's not.
It's my time to get a drink.
Shit.
We need Karen for this one. Karen, where are you? Get in this call.
Oh my god.
I can't watch
Hold on.
chat because my phone's off.
I have to intervene real quick here
Wait,
because
how-
the main purpose
Birds are
of what.
bricks?
All birds are melted bricks.
Oh no.
So when the birds fall from the sky, it's like falling bricks?
It's
How do
because,
bricks fly?
well, you would think that they use jet
Oh, okay,
fuel,
okay.
but they
I
don't.
can't tell if you're
The
being
jet
dry
fuel's a
humor or
hoax.
be real. I'm totally.
No, I'm
kidding.
actually.
No, I'm messing with Karen right now. Well, you know, like some college did a thing where they were like, all birds are like CIA spy cameras. and
Fake and all
Karen
that.
No,
Hansen
it's, yeah,
bricks
it's
and
that's
Which
why
the melted brick thing
conspiracy theories
is
get
kind of-
bad names.
stupid.
Well,
Like
there-
I think
hold on.
there's a little
He
bit
did
to
this-
the mud flood thing, but people go too far with that too.
All right. Well,
It's a way of
So there was-
infiltrating. Sorry.
No
go ahead,
judgment
Nicole.
if there's any.
Wasn't it about all birds are
Dark
fake?
area.
I thought that was the whole thing.
yeah,
all
birds
are
aren't
fake.
Yeah,
real.
no, I
And
just-
here's
We have,
Karen.
What
we
is
have
that?
this
What does that even
current
mean?
authority on bricks.
I was trying to be
bricks
clever,
and
but no one
birds.
picked up
Miss
on it.
Karen.
No, you did a Karen B combining melting jokes thing, but like
Thank you.
what's all
Who
birds
said that? Oh, thank
are
you. Larry.
fake though. Like, or all birds are not.
We
real.
have Karen
Where did
Big
that come
in
from?
there.
Oh,
Hi,
Hey,
Karen.
Hi, Karen.
I think we have to let her in. I think she's in the back
Hi.
room.
No,
Oh,
she's
she's
here.
there.
No, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi.
It's quite a panel.
How are you?
Hey,
I'm
did
great.
you see my bonsai tree?
Did you show it on the stream?
Yeah, hold on.
I did not,
I think
Dad.
that
Lowry,
was
you're like
before the
Alice.
stream. That was.
For the Brady Bunch, and you're Alice in the middle.
Oh, cool.
Mine's set up different. Oh, you got Karen in the middle. How do I set Karen up in the middle?
No,
How do I
you're
do
in the
that?
middle for me, Lowry.
Why am I in the
Yeah,
middle?
I
Oh,
don't know
geez.
how to do that
It doesn't
actually.
work
How do you
like
do
that.
that? You move
For
them?
me, I'm in the top left screen.
So yeah, me too.
I've
I'm
got,
Cindy
I've
Brady.
got Nicole. Nicole is Alice right now for me.
Oh, we can customize it for ourselves. Oh,
Oh, you just
Got it.
moved it. You moved it, didn't you, Lowry?
I did.
Because now
Did I move
Nicole's
it?
at the top and you're in the middle. You're in the middle. I don't know. Something did.
Yeah.
I
Now
didn't touch
Rico's my
anything.
Alice.
We're doing something.
What?
I'm your
We're doing
Alice?
tricks.
That's
I
hot.
think we're moving it with our minds.
We'll put you in the other corner. We'll put you in the bottom.
And y'all wonder why it took us an hour and a half to get the show going today.
right.
And the one that doesn't kill you, put you in the center.
Oh my God!
Oh,
Somebody changed it.
Lord.
Oh, look at
Oh,
this.
that's badass.
Oh, now we're sitting on a
Why is my face so big? Oh, Lowry's
That's
bigger.
genetics.
Because you're
I
close.
say to you, flat Earth senators, this Earth can be curved.
Oh my God! All right. I mean, if that's what you want to show, that's fine. That's great. I mean, now I look like I'm sunk in concrete on some sort of ancient stairway, talking to the wise ones leading down to a small pool of water.
Nicole's
Really
peeking out
bad.
from the trees.
Like that cat. You know.
Who's in charge here? Who's running this show?
I saw that cat smiling in the front on April 8th.
Yeah, sunk in concrete.
I need a cigarette. I'm smoking.
Yeah. She's like, I need a cigarette. I'm
Mom,
done. I'm
you
over
got
it."
him.
Can you actually do the Brady Bunch thing though? Like, actually, there's a format for that or no?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I just saw the 9 squares and I was like, oh shit, that's the Brady Bunch.
Can you
Why is
put
my
us in?
face
Oh, I
backwards?
like that one. Ooh, that's
Under the
fun.
sea.
I was gonna say, can you put us in a little nest, like a bunch of little birdies in a nest, like coming out of the egg?
Yeah,
That'd be
everybody
fun.
has their heads just looking straight
Oh, look,
up.
we're on the bottom of the ocean.
Why am I the only one drowning?
Nice.
That's what
What do we
I
got
can't
here? Let's see.
imagine why we.
Nicole.
Oh yeah,
This has devolved so hard. By the way, we have a new show coming up.
Hey, but at
Mhm.
least we're more structured than Congress has been lately. We at least have that. If you
Mhm.
guys haven't watched any of the recent Congress hearings, oh my God, it's hilarious. It is like this close to being idiocracy, literally.
No,
I
it's
yield
Jerry
to the
Springer.
senator from South Carolina.
See when that video was released of the two dudes having sex in the room.
Oh,
Like,
dude, that
yeah,
was
they were
so
shooting
rough.
porn.
And
They were
then the
shooting
one
porn.
Congress guy, yeah, and the one Congress guy tweets, he's like, "Told you so," because a while ago he was like, "They're doing all this crazy stuff in cages. There's stuff below the Capitol building," and everybody's like, "Yeah, shut up." And then that video comes out, he's like, "Told you so."
Told you so.
Mhm.
Wow.
Hilarious, like it's crazy.
Wasn't it gay porn too? Not to.
Oh yeah, it was totally
that.
a couple of gay guys just doing it.
Yes.
In on the
Oh,
Senate floor
okay.
or something.
I thought-
like that.
Back Capitol Hill, yeah.
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Can we find you a link, Rico?
Oh, bizarre. It's so weird. It's
There's
so
a
No,
lot
I definitely don't want to watch that.
I would-
Some bullshit.
But if there was a heterosexual couple, if there was a man and a woman having sex, like that
Yeah.
would be wrong too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trying to discriminate against who you want to F in your own private place,
Yeah, that's
right? That's
Capitol building.
business. But to go do it in a place like that where you know, and to record it on purpose, like they knew that was going to get out. They knew what they were like. Come on,
Oh yeah,
don't
totally.
record stuff like that.
Oh, totally. They knew it was going to happen.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a
And you
loose
don't do it in
jacking
a place
move.
like that and not expect it to be seen. Come on, like just
Yeah, they're messing with us.
no, they're not messing with us. They're tearing down this country. This is like the systematic takedown. To the rest of the world, we're a joke. They're like, look at them. They F each other in the Capitol building. They're disgusting. We must exterminate them. Like, this is what they're doing. And then they open up the borders. I mean, I don't want to be a doomsday sayer, but am I wrong?
Come on, we know what they're doing. They're trying the great replacement. We've known this for a long time. It's been written.
This
It's
is
been
our
written.
country. This is where we live, and we grew up watching this happen to other countries. I grew up watching people on TV crying because they were like, "This is my country." You know what's happening. You know, I've grew up watching it, and I could, you know, to me, I'm like watching this. I mean, this is horrible. Like, why is this happening?
Yeah.
Now it's happening here.
Yep. I mean, the CIA was designed to upend countries. They're just doing it to us now. They were always by design that way. That's what their job was, to make new regimes in different places, and now they just turned it on our particular landmass. You know, it's just what it is. I mean, and then what do? You wait till the really
is what it is, dude. We need to take these motherfuckers down, dude. I'm not.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not opposed.
It's bullshit.
I'm not opposed. I mean, it's not my province really. I haven't been trained in like
Use of
guerrilla
can be,
warfare, but
not
like I
necessarily.
would like to hope that somebody out there in the military will agree with us and like actually listen to us and be like, hey, I'm not trained to shoot that gun, but we'd like to see you shoot that gun to get this shit out of here. Yeah, I'd like to see that. All I do is like raise awareness. Raise awareness, or else if they're going to come at us, then we're all going to have to arm up, and then that's what's going to be.
Can I add to that real quick?
Sure.
My sound still good?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so you know how everyone's like, we have continuous wars for the military-industrial complex, for the money, blah, blah, blah. Well, we know that fiat currency is just printed. I think it's more than that. Every place we've ever been to war, we leave military bases, and we put a new regime in there. I think it's more about the New World Order. I think it has nothing to do with money. I think it's about control. What's the guy?
It's a tool to make their shit happen.
Right.
Literally a tool to make it happen, right? Because they've set up a system where we all need money to exist in this life, and if you don't have it, you're living in a tent in Oakland, California, or whatever. And we'll give you a cell phone. We'll give you like whatever.
Have you guys read that book?
You can just kill yourself on the street. Nobody gives a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
See, I always thought a lot of CIA agents were actually the homeless people on the street, so that they could keep a hands-on watch to everything. I don't know why.
In front of the White House, that's true.
She lived on Billionaires Row in Manhattan, so that's why I think she thinks that way.
No, and I lived in DC too, so yeah.
That could absolutely be.
I mean, maybe some of them, maybe not some of them. I mean, speaking of not having any money, like, can I go to the migrant, intake center and say, I don't know, or change my name and get a 4-star hotel room and a $5,000 ATM card? And they're not taking care of veterans. And that pisses me off because I come from a long line of a military family. And so when you see people struggling who are here and they're still sending billions of dollars overseas to fund wars and kill more people. And I'm like, are those people even there?
My
Disposable
neighbor.
heroes.
No.
Vietnam vet, Marine, my neighbor.
Yeah.
His heart medication is $900 a month.
Really?
With insurance. And going through the VA and all that. $900 a month. It's fucking insane.
I know Shell's mom has VA care, and it's really fucked up. What they do to her is ridiculous.
I'm a combat
They've got her
veteran.
addicted to freaking morphine, and then they don't give it to her when they're supposed to. It's like the most insane, sick fucking shit I've ever watched.
Wow. What was it like working at the VA?
Shitty. They were corrupt as fuck.
Yeah.
But
anything government related is corrupt, 100% corrupt. And there's even people in it, there isn't really shit they can do because the corruptness is too much.
Yeah, it's infiltrated. The corruptness is totally infiltrated. But who the fuck put AOC, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Bobart on the House Oversight Committee? There was a clip that's going around that just happened earlier. These motherfuckers took an Uber here to New York City to do a press conference in front of the courthouse where Trump is on trial, and it was a total shit show. Then they go back, they're in session. So our tax dollars are paying for their Uber to go from DC while they're in session to New York City. And then they go and they get in a fight in this one of their session meetings, and they're talking about porn stars and fake eyelashes, and AOC is like, move to it's a total shit show. I'm gonna stop rambling about it.
Hey, have you guys noticed that Marjorie, what's her name, Marjorie?
MTG.
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor
Have you
Greene.
noticed that she only has 3 toes? Have you guys seen that one?
Yes.
I saw the picture with their funky toes, but I don't.
What is going on with that? Are the rest of them hidden behind that one leather strap, like to the right side of her foot? I mean, like what else is going on there? I'm like, that's weird.
Dude, I don't know.
An alien.
I mean, I've seen some interesting pictures out of
What is that
foreign
shit? It's
countries
weird.
of interesting body things. I don't know. We don't need to go down that
You can
rabbit
fake
hole, right?
everything. You can fake everything. I get it. It's like all pictures could be fake. As far as at this point in time, they could be faking everything.
What's her
So like,
voting record? You know, like not that I don't have any faith in the government at all whatsoever at this
I don't
point.
either.
Obviously,
Me,
I never have.
I did
You
when
know,
I
I
was
was.
and I didn't know any better, and then after watching it for a while and starting to look into stuff for myself, I was like, you know what, this is a bunch of bullshit.
it's
I
theater.
was about 8 years old, and George Bush Sr. was caught lying about something. Right? So I was like, okay, Mom, well, who's going to be president now?
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't remember, but I just remember asking her, well,
It was no
if-
new taxes.
yeah, if,
No
if he got
new
caught
taxes. He
lying,
ran on no new taxes.
then who's
Yeah.
going to be the president now? She's
Read
like,
my lips. No new taxes. That got repeated on TV a whole bunch.
yeah,
That
she was like,
yeah,
oh,
that
honey,
was it.
oh, honey, they all lie. And right
can't
then I
get
was
over
like,
New World Order
what?
on
My
9/11.
mom told me the same thing. They always lie.
Yeah,
Why
I was like,
the fuck should I
what?
believe
Why
anything
do
they
you
say?
listen to them? Why are they in charge if they lie?
Well, we don't listen to them, but a lot of other people do. I can't get Barbara Bush's face out of Aleister Crowley's face for me. I just can't stop. putting
No,
that
I've seen
together.
that whole
nuts.
thing.
It's so
yeah.
bizarre, isn't it? So weird. And like how many presidents have had
Well,
like
it-
wives that look like men? It's really bizarre. It's like something part of their religion or their Baphomet thing or whatever. But it's just like when you see them, you look at them, and if you take their hair away and you look at it, you're like, oh.
Oh, that's
No,
definitely
I'm
the
not-
same bloodline. That's there, no doubt.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, there's
do
no
you know that Barbara Bush's, I think, grandmother went to Egypt with Aleister Crowley on a sex ritual in the Giza pyramid? Have you read all that? That's
wouldn't
confirmed.
surprise me.
I've heard that. I've read that.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what you believe in. These people believe in the thing that they believe in, and they follow it to a T. Like, it's just like you just watch them, and it's like it's everywhere. They're like they believe in the shit that they believe in.
Well,
Yeah,
They're
it's
not even
kind of
hiding
weird.
it
It's like
anymore.
if
What's
you
that?
understand
They're not even
how manifestation works, and if you get enough people to start trying to manifest the same thing, which is why they put a black box in everybody's house and and they want you to have one in every room so you can get their little message, their mass programming, their spell that they want to broadcast to the masses for you to manifest for them, right?
On their channel. Channeling.
Right? Exactly.
Go
Yeah,
back and watch
they know what they're
2001:
doing.
A Space Odyssey. It's the fucking monolith. That fucking screen.
Oh.
It's a monolith.
Yes,
Check
the
the
black
dimensions.
box,
Mhm.
right?
Sphere, like in Vegas, the sphere.
Oh, the sphere. That's the biggest one yet.
Yeah.
That thing.
Sphere
Fuck that
and
thing.
Sphere and astronaut and
Mhm.
what was that other one?
I don't know, but like that thing is like everybody's gonna want that now. Everybody's gonna want a sphere in every like hometown now. They're gonna want that thing, and it's just gonna like.
But nobody
I
does.
don't know, man. I'm gonna put
That
some
thing's
dynamite
losing
on that
money. They're
thing.
about to tear the fucking thing down because it's not paying it for itself. Nobody wants to advertise there. Nobody gives a shit about it. It's just there. And they're doing the damnedest to keep the thing open, last I heard.
They're trying so hard. Like
And they even
I
tried to
don't
open
even
it
want it.
with you. Right?
Tried to what?
Right.
They opened it with you too. Remember when we were there?
Yeah.
You
Yep.
was doing the series of concerts there, and Amanda Vollmer went there and she saw it. I never did get to hear her description of it, but
I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm not,
Bono
I'm
could do
not
no
a
wrong,
YouTube
right?
fan. I am not a YouTube fan at all.
You two can go take a flying
Bono,
leap, as far as I'm
Bono
concerned.
is
YouTube
tiny.
fan either.
He's a tiny
I-
man. I saw him on the corner in Soho, and I was standing out of work smoking a cigarette, and he's like talking to Hasidic Jews with a yarmulke on, and I'm like standing there and I'm smoking, and I'm like, is Bono Jewish? Like, I couldn't figure it out. So I went back upstairs, and I was working for a magazine, and I'm like, hey, to my coworker, I just saw Bono standing on the street. And so of course she like went nuts about it because she's like a huge fan, but I'm like, God, you like U2? Like, I don't like U2. I
Their
just
music's
think
the
it's
epitome of
I
mediocrity.
liked early YouTube, but once
Yeah.
it started getting all weird and like
Yeah,
every
like where the streets have
after
no
the streets
names.
have no
and stuff
name.
like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Joshua
yeah.
Tree,
No,
Rattle
that's
and
where I
Hum were
lost
the
it.
two
Yeah.
that I liked.
I loved
And
like the early
One
stuff,
Love,
like
One
War and
Yeah, War. That was for me. Yeah, me and you on that one. But after that, it was too popular. I was like, I could already taste his drive for radio.
I even liked One.
It pissed me off when they put that album on my iTunes and I couldn't get it off my
Oh
fucking
yeah, I was about to say that. I swear to God, I was
I
waiting
heard
for
about that
quiet
shit.
moment.
I forgot.
And when the Apple airdropped
Yep.
the U2 album to everybody, I was like, "What is this shit?" I never even listened to one second of it. Did you guys ever any bit of it?
Never clicked on
If I
it.
opened if I,
Never clicked on
no,
it.
it would start playing. It would start playing. It literally would start playing. If I hit music or if I like
None of it was some weird, crazy
I don't
sound. Was it not? All I remember is the autoplay starting and it was like, "Boo," and it like took up. I was like, "What is this? Stop! Stop! Oh my god, what is this?" And I was like, "You too."
What the fuck are you doing on it?
Years, like I don't want this crap. What are you guys giving? What? No.
I just I don't understand. And you know what? I'm not gonna trust anybody named The Edge.
Speaking of the Edge, here's the Edge.
Now hold up.
walking into-
He's a good guitar player now. Wait, no, I'm fucking.
Here's the Edge walking into the rehearsal room when they're writing a record. Hey guys, you guys ever heard of delay and reverb?
Yeah.
This guy. Watch what I can do.
Jing, jing, jing. Yeah, that's all it is.
Look what I can do.
Exactly.
Instead of hardcore, mediocre. Damn it!
I gotta say,
I hope everybody out in the audience is taking a shot every time we do the dance. I mean, if y'all haven't made this a drinking game by now, I don't know what to do for y'all.
It's definitely a drinking game.
Caw!
Yep, you're 5x5.
All right.
I mean, I
What the
didn't
hell?
have King
My
Charles.
dog's Hank's looking at me like, "What the fuck is wrong with you two?" I'm sorry.
Yeah, my cats won't even come near me right now. They're usually all over me during the show, and they're all just looking at me. Every few minutes, that dude's freaking the fuck out. I don't know what
Oh,
he's
you know
doing.
what? Me too. I have 3 cats. Where the?
I can't keep them off my keyboard normally, dude. They won't even come near me.
Speaking of Witsit staying the night at my house, he said he could. He left before I woke up, and I texted him. I was like, "Hey man, you all right?" He's like, "Dude, your cats wouldn't stop sleeping on me." And he was late for Globebusters that Sunday because of the cats.
Oh, that's like what purring. Purring is like a healing herb.
They have a superpower, right? They will not let you get up if they're sleeping on you. You got to stay till it's over, till the session is over, then you can get up.
Yep.
That feels like violation now that you put it that way.
Till the session is
healing?
over.
I feel like healing violation is actually like it's cool.
Band name called it.
Say that again.
Yeah. Like if somebody tries to heal you,
But
you know,
that's-
like
but
Reiki and stuff,
Reiki
you
and stuff,
can
you have to get permission.
Yes.
You have to get permission. It works better if you get permission. If somebody wants to heal you, just give them permission.
Yes.
It works better that way.
Yes.
That being said,
Exactly.
anybody wants to heal me, feel free. I'll take it.
Sending
I don't know
you
what
all
it
the-
is, but I hope it works. Hope whatever
Reiki?
is working is fixed. I just don't know what might be broken. I'm
The
just
symptoms.
wanting to cover the bases.
Well,
Are you guys talking about Reiki?
no.
Oh,
We're
okay.
talking. Well, we're talking
Sort
about.
of.
Well, people's brains are broken.
Yeah, but we're getting better. We're getting better.
That's
We're
not
working
like
on it.
brain.
You know.
Yeah.
I've stopped.
You know, brains were
I just want
the brains were broken.
foil.
Like from the start we were born, they were broken with the heliocentric model. So like we're trying to get. I don't know. I just like making fun of Spaceballs. I just think it's like, you know, once you just keep making fun of Spaceballs over and over and over
the
again.
movie.
No, just in general, but yeah, the movie, but just in general, you just keep pounding it until people realize, oh, it was a joke the whole time. And the devil, you know, whatever you think about the devil, whatever your position is, he is fucking funny. He has a really good sense of humor, but he, you know, it's like that's what you're looking at. It's like your brain got bent, and now you gotta work out of that thing. And how do you really bring people out of their brainwash? I've tried the hard approach. I've tried all sorts of approaches, and my arms in the air now.
Trying?
And just stop trying, I guess, and just make the jokes about it. And
move on to the next person. That's the only advice I give to people, because it's like some people can see it, some people refuse to see it, and then some people can't see it somehow. It's weird.
They refuse to acknowledge that they see
I agree.
it.
Don't waste your time too much. If somebody really doesn't, just let it go.
The best you can do is plant seeds.
I burned way too much energy early on with Twitter debates and fights with idiots, and it was like, oh, what am I doing this
where did it
for?
get
And
you?
I mean,
It's
even with
energy
us,
suck.
nothing.
Look,
I
here's
met a
here's a
few
great
good people though, and like I said, I just kept doing seeds, and if they plant, that's great. And if not, I can't live their life anymore. I can't hold their karma. I can't fix their shit. They're here to fix it, not me.
Yeah,
It never was your
enjoy the
job. It
fucking ride.
never was your job to do that. You can, again, show them, but it's not up to them if you show them on what, again, you can only do your best. Expose it, plant seeds.
And to speaking to that, really, like, you don't bear the fruits of your labor unless you go through it yourself, and then you'll get the actual benefits out of it, which, like, I think we all did, at least we're all talking here in the chat or whatever. We went through the actual labor, and you bear the fruits of the benefit when you go through the labor. It's like you hear these people, like, some people just understand it real quick. I think women understand flat Earth a lot quicker, and don't have as many like problems with it as
It's
men.
more intuitive, yeah.
Yeah, and so
they're not all space nerds like we are.
Yeah, we had.
I was a space nerd.
But I wanted to be the last starfighter.
Yeah, and I wanted to be Han Solo. So like, what do we do about that? I had to unprogram Han Solo for 5 years almost. Like, I'm not Han Solo. I'm not Han Solo.
I like that female Jedi chick that they got in their new Star Wars. Like that was me. I wanted to be that.
You were going to be the Rey.
I never saw it.
Rey before Rey was Rey. I was like, I'm gonna be that chick. I'm gonna be like, but
yeah. And you walk yourself back from it. You realize, and again, we've been battling this for, I don't know, some of you guys probably longer than me, but like at least like since Loose Change, when it activated that whatever that thing is in our brains, it starts to like unwind shit that doesn't make sense to us.
Even before Loose Change was late in the game. I mean, it's where people have their wake up point, but it's almost like people here think that if I can't bring them to wake up and harvest immediately, they're globetards and idiots, and it's like
Yes, and that's so important. I mean, it's like we forget how long we worked on this, and like to expect somebody to be able to just get this in a hot minute. I thought it would be easy. I was like, when I first broke through, I thought it was like, this is going to be the biggest news of all time, and within a year, and that was 2015, and it's still just creeping along.
When I put up my first video, I thought, well, this is it. This is done. Shit, I can't wait for this next few years of amazing shit. Like, yeah, okay.
I was like, I have to tell everybody. I have to tell everybody because nobody wants to be lied to. We got it. Everybody's got to know. And then I started telling everybody, and they're like, "You're fucking."
I did it too. I went into the office. I told everybody, yeah, I'm gonna really
quite how I thought it would go.
I mean, people don't.
Go ahead,
Nicole.
Nicole.
It's gaslighting. It's gaslighting. It's not the 1940s play. It's literally like, Lion King was, I think the stars are, remember Pumbaa? I think it was Pumbaa that said it. It was like, I think they're burning things of gas way off into this,
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody remember this?
Yeah, oh yeah.
From the Lion King?
Yes. Yeah.
So, oh fuck, I forgot what I was going to say.
I was just thinking about.
Oh, gaslighting. Okay. Nobody likes to be lied to. So when you wake up and you realize that you've been lying to yourself, that's the worst. Because here you are thinking like, oh, wow, I thought that I was telling the truth. And then you come to this realization, people, all of us, we don't want to admit things that we know that are true. Like a lot of people don't believe me when I'm telling them things. But I'm telling them the truth. So who's gaslighting who? And is the truth malleable? Also, can both things be true? I've always thought that we live in a lens. I thought telescopes were actually microscopes that reflected back into your eye.
I mean, the flower of life could be interpreted as a lens at some level. I'm just learning about this right now. I was like this whole,
I don't know.
you know, again, Austin's like breaking through a lot of ground that like he has more time to do it than I do. But it's like, you know, especially studying the call it the orbital patterns or the ether drift. This is like a hot topic right now that I just don't have enough. I need to look at it more. But it's like those orbital patterns do match. Karen, maybe you can pipe in on this because I'm not up to speed on this, but it was the magnetic, it's the toroidal, you know, the block plane, the toroidal thing, but it's the shape. What do you call that, Karen?
A circle?
Toroid?
It's a toroid, but there's another word for it. It's, yeah, it's just, but
the torus field.
Hyperboloid.
Yeah,
There's
and like
hyperboloid inside the toroid. Like there's outside the outward motion, which is the toroid, and then the hyperboloid, which is the inward motion. But there's also all that motion in between. It's reciprocal. It's always in motion. It's always going in and out.
And it always keeps going.
It's a circuit. So think of that inside that she's talking about as that hourglass shape that again the inside of the toroid would make from a side view of it.
So all of you nerds, like explain me this because like this is just now where my breaking point where I haven't looked at it enough. So is it possible?
Nicole, I see her fingers drawing in the pictures. By the way, you're doing it good. Go ahead, Alex.
Okay, so like the ether drift. So like I just started playing around with this. So they have balloons. We know they have balloons. Is it possible, and I'm asking this sincerely, is it possible for things without balloons to get up into that ether drift and live up there without being drawn back to the ground? That's an honest question because this is the extent.
Yes.
So
yes,
like,
it is.
The only thing that seems to make sense to me, and
The
that's-
thermopause. We have magnetic. There's an area of equilibrium, and it's just also where you would have your whatchamacallit. Why isn't my brain working? The place where they set the supposedly
Lagrange point.
Thank you. The Lagrange points. Now we have areas of again where it's in
lots in space.
It's
so
a
you think
pause.
they're using balloons up to a certain point, and then above that they can access a different sort of physics that we don't understand on the plane. That you can.
We understand it.
No, it's not a different kind of physics. It's just a different plane. That's the thing. It's a higher plane. It's a higher pressure mediation point level thing.
And it's not being affected in the same way electromagnetically as it is on the inertial plane where we reside. There's some other physics that we don't understand up above a certain altitude.
There's a greater lower frequency field that is the overall driver of the toroidal wind, right?
Right.
Cami, like the
yes. You're going to have
overall vortex, like there's like a master vortex, and it's a super low frequency, and it's going around always in the same point, you know.
Is this just let me ask you this? Is this kind of the same when you've seen those videos of like the super low bass kicker in a car that literally waves the actual metal car of a metal door? Yeah. You can see it waving.
Glass windows, everything. Yeah.
Yeah, you can wave.
Would it be like similar to that? Is that like what we're talking about?
Yeah, I use those videos in my very first Flat Earth talk. Actually, those bass reflex videos. Yeah, that manipulate metal and glass and make them wave. It's a frequency. Yeah.
Yeah, different frequencies make different.
Then these lower frequencies, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
It's at the edge of my study, so like I'm just kind of dipping into my toes into it now. I don't know exactly that much about it, but the ether drift is like my newest like nerd. So like I want to kind of know about it because like the balloon thing, I guess I can understand at a certain height because it's just going to go with winds, right? But the flower of life travel of something that's orbiting above the inertial plane is operating on a different physics. I think
it's going to start following the master field, the master toroidal field.
And certain things when they're cooled to very low levels, which we think it is up there, the higher we go, it seems like Well, it starts getting warmer again for some reason between like
Right.
70 and 120,000 feet, which is weird.
Could it be that it's because it's pushing against another magnetic field is where it starts
Right,
getting
yeah,
hotter again.
it
Yeah.
could be. But they say you get
Uh-huh.
above that and then it starts getting very cold, like almost negative 270 something degrees. And that's when we see superfluids. They're like, where like helium will become a liquid that is like you could float in it.
Quantum locking occurs.
Yeah, it
and
locks
things
to a
like that.
magnetic field and follows it.
Yeah, because the temperature starts changing at different altitudes. Like if you look at the different levels of the atmosphere between Earth's surface and space, it'll start showing you. They'll even tell you in little diagrams about the temperature goes up here and it goes down here and then it's up here and then it's down here. And temperature is a major coefficient to
With
just
everything. With
all
everything.
processes on Earth. Yes.
It's
And
the
isn't
thing
that
that
like-
they're not talking about with the solar flares on the kill shots and suspicious observers. By the way, it's like a key piece of evidence that he ain't talking about, and it's why the other flares are not getting through, and why that one like backdrafted in. It's the sunspots and the solar flares heat up and puff up our magnetosphere. It makes it higher. It makes it stronger, and then that's a stronger type of thing. When we go through solar minimum, that's when we're at our weakest, which we are. So these ones hitting us going from weakest to strongest. But those flares actually puff it up. It heats it up, and it puffs it up and makes it stronger and makes the shield stronger.
So, Cami,
So
can I
right
ask you,
now-
this question is like, I've always understood, at least in the last 10 years, I've understood the perturbation from the electromagnetic source, which we're calling the sun or whatever, is it's perturbating certain levels of molecules, column molecules in the air at a certain level. And then you get higher, like on a mountain, there's not as many molecules to perturbate. And so like, that's why it's warmer in sunlight, but then when you get in the shade, it gets really cold really fast, which is not normal at lower elevations. Then you get at certain other levels, it's perturbating the molecules differently. This is the one that's the weird thing for me that's always been going up a mountain. You're suddenly getting different kinds of heat that you haven't experienced, like on, say, the plains or whatever.
I've been
Living here in Louisiana,
I know what you're
where it's
saying,
all flat, and then going to Oregon to visit my family there, man, it blew my mind. We're going up into those mountains and feeling like literal, like electro changes.
It's different heat. It's like heat feels different.
Crazy.
It's completely
Heat
different on top of the
and
mountain. I've been on top
sun,
of
it was
14
just
years.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
I felt closer to shit. It's like, well, I'm definitely closer to that sun because it's doing this, but when I'm over here, it's weird. So maybe I'm not closer to that sun. It was just, I couldn't figure it out. And the huge trees made big shade, so it would be like chilly, and yet
you would walk
Okay.
out of pure heat into shade, and you're like,
And the
damn, I got
cold.
cold really fast.
Okay, you've
Right?
got this instantaneous on there. You're right. So again, your air gets cold, but you're right. As you're getting, you go from sunlight to shade, and it's instantly. I know being up there in the mountains, and I've spent a lot of time up there. You have layers because it's really, really hot when the sun's on you, and the second the cloud comes there, you're freezing. I mean, it drops like that. The air is thin. You don't breathe it as much. But you have it on the different layers up top where it's getting cold, hot, and cold, hot and cold again, even on the way that they're doing it. You have areas of particle density, and that's what they measure too. That comes in, that rains down on us too. A lot of the stuff that you're measuring is what they call the solar wind coming in from the sun, which is really the stream flowing in from the firmament. And the sunspots are a catalyst of it. It's what's causing the thing. They're just calling the sun the entire magnetic field. When again, in their model, the sun is so big and we're so tiny and insignificant. The whole magnetic field is the sun. But that's not what's going on. Our sun is a small thing locally in here. So you have the magnetic field of what's above us, and the sun in that field has its own magnetic field. And it causes a lot of errors for me. I just sent Karen an article on where they were trying to explain why over these periods of time where the sun shows two North Poles, because they're getting two North Pole readings, and it's like magnetic fields are reciprocal. That just, you can't have when something is feeding itself into a loop like that, you can't have both of them going opposite directions. It just doesn't work. It's mind-boggling that again, it's the same with the monopole in that it doesn't, you can't just pull off different parts and taking two outies or two hoses and saying, oh, they're both outlets or both inlets. That's what they're saying, if that makes sense.
So
Yeah, and looking
As a seg. Oh,
like
go ahead,
you're
go ahead.
saying
Sorry.
the field of the firmament and the field of the sun, which, by the way, you can see the field of the sun during a solar eclipse, which shows you how big the actual field of the sun
Field is.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So
you see it beautifully.
yeah, it's like outlined right there for you to see, for everybody to see. And then, so if they see another North Pole, it makes sense that it would be coming from the firmament directly behind it, or possibly something like that, right? Because so the firmament has a field and the sun has a field, and if they happen to be aligned in such a way that that's how they're viewing it, and they don't understand it, they're like, oh.
They have to interpret it as just the sun, and they can't. That's why they have so much trouble, and why they can't make anything reconcile, because it can't reconcile. It doesn't know how to reconcile. The sun can't be the only, it can't be the magnetic field that's pushing upon the earth, because if you have the magnetic field pushing upon the earth and you're measuring the sun itself facing north, and you're feeling the, again, it doesn't, your play doesn't work. You can't create it that way. It doesn't work.
As a segue, because I think it's a really good segue, how about Crow 777's new image or images? Did you guys get a chance to see those yet?
I don't know.
They said, but I couldn't. Yes.
They're gorgeous. Gorgeous.
I've seen some. I don't know if I've seen the ones you're talking about. His work, what do I think about it? I think he's fabulous, a great photographer, and I love the work he's doing. I think the work he's doing is going to be a huge tell-all, getting further on as people understand more. I think what he's picked up with the lunar wave, we can pick all kinds of information up of, and again, once we learn how to utilize and work with the information and that it's giving us, but that we get an optical jump like that.
I mean, come on, it's like when you look at that picture, there's just no chance to get that sort of resolution at 93 million miles. There's just zero forever chance to get what he got. And people will be like, some of the responses I had when I posted one of the first shot that he put up, I posted on Facebook, which is already a bloodbath. But I was like, everyone came in and was like, well, it's probably a space telescope. And I was like, well, space telescopes don't necessarily exist per se. They might be on planes or whatever. This was a land-based telescope that just can tell you, look at that. And the people from the globe standpoint will say, well, those features that you're seeing in resolution are so big that it does appear to be high resolution. And I'm like, no, 93 million miles away is something that you don't understand. This is a number that you don't understand how far away it is. There's not an optic, there's not an optic math that will create that kind of resolution, no matter how big that thing is. 93 million miles away. Am I on the same page as you guys?
You're 1,000,000% on the same page. Our optics don't work that, like, again, you can't focus in forever with that type of resolution. It would be like what you're talking about, and what he's doing is, it would be like being in Kansas, spotting, which you can do on a really clear day, spotting the Rocky Mountains from Kansas, and you see them sometimes driving in on I-70. So you're what, 100, you can do it, right? Then it would be like taking your zoom camera, your telescope, and zooming in on Pikes Peak, because you're coming in on South I-70, you're lined up with Pikes Peak. Mm-hmm. So then you're saying that you should zoom in on that and see Cave of the Winds and see Manitou Springs and see details
on the back of a car.
And it should be a piece of cake, because that's not 93 million miles away. That's what, not quite 100 miles away, 93 miles away, 116 miles. I don't know. I'm not doing the math, but I've done the drive and I've seen the mountain. And so if you really put any logic to it whatsoever and think about what you can really, even with I had a great telescope. I had a Meade LX. Oh my goodness, my brain is doing. But it was an 11-inch with a coating on it that made it even more powerful. Schmidt-Cassidine, and it was gorgeous Meade. Zack's seen the telescope. Karen, you've seen the telescope that I had. And zooming in again, that just is the amount of light it collects. Being able to actually zoom in on something far away, that's a fantasy that they sell us in space. That again, all you have to do is critically think about it.
Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that it was the very lens that deceived us, and also it's the very lens, or just lens in general, that like broke us out of it. Like the P900 literally broke us out of the, the very same object that were allowing us to see things.
Right, and we have to be careful because optics play games with you, so you have to play games.
That they've quit making.
But you have to look at the games it can play and it can't play.
Yeah.
One of the things it doesn't know how to play is it does not know how to bring something 93 million. It doesn't know how to bring anything like a couple hundred miles sharply in focus, or it's or right now we might be getting to the technology, but I don't know at that distance. I don't think at that distance. I don't think so.
I know.
I
I
don't
know
see
about the
scene
technology
resolution.
of lenses.
Yeah, she's a photographer.
No, the technology of lenses. A lens was actually invented by a German optometrist, and I think that he has something to do with Leica. What's that?
I think his name was Zeiss. Z-E-I.
Yes. So the lens is it's a convex and concave, but there's two of them together. So when you're enlarging a photo, like in a dark room, it shines the light, but there's this juxtaposition with it because it's upside down and backwards.
Right.
So,
and it creeps.
Right. And so now we have this whole digital photography thing. So film photography was very different than digital photography, but they designed the sensor in a digital camera. The first one was the Canon 20D, and that's kind of the last one that has a sensor that is the same size as a 35 millimeter film. So now the digital cameras have a magnification because they took that sensor and they made it 50%. Now this makes sense because they wanted to save money back when they were filming movies. So if you have a 16 millimeter, what did they do? They cut the 16 millimeter film in half to create 8 millimeter to create a longer line of film. So what they're doing is they're just literally magnifying everything. They're magnifying it, and they're twisting it around upside down and backwards. And they're basically lying about everything. So what you see and what you feel is what they want to separate, if that makes sense. Like intuition wise, because yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not fair. And as a photographer and a photo editor, you can use an image to literally create anything you want. A photo is worth 1,000 words, right? Well, the only reason why the photographer gets credit or paid for their photo is the photo caption. The photo caption was created because of intellectual property law, and intellectual property law was one of the things that stops subliminal messaging. And that was back in the 40s and 50s. There's a whole bunch. We could do a whole entire podcast about all of that stuff. But since the internet came out, since digital photography came out, AI and everything, they have not updated the intellectual property law. So how are we have to start getting solid in our own truth.
I have a question for you on how the optics work
video
on it.
evidence is no longer evidence. at this point.
What? Wait, what was your question, Cami?
I was just going to give you on how the optics work because I'm just taking it from like where you said they do the two lenses together on the cameras. I know that I used to spend all day looking at little rocks through loops on my eyes holding tweezers, and one of the things you had to have is you had to have a triplet. You didn't use a doublet lens. I mean, it caused too much distortion. Now this was looking at something at a focal point, 3 inches away from your eye, 3 to 4 inches. You pretty much touch the loop almost to your eyelashes, and then you bring it 2 inches in. It's a very close focal point. Wouldn't the distortion, would it get worse or be better long? In other words, you're looking at, to me, it would be even least looking at something short term. To me, like looking at something close, your type of lens would have less impact than looking at something far, far away. Looking at it far, far away to me would give it room to augment.
So
I'm using funny words with this, but somebody,
no, you're not.
you know what
I
I'm
totally
saying.
hear what you're saying. Yeah. And so a loop is one of my favorite things. And so looking at contact sheets and looking at film, you have to use a loop. The way that you use a loop is pretend this is a loop and this is my image. If I have this loop like this, I can focus with that loop because this is stationary. If I took 2 loops and put them back to back, it would actually magnify it.
But a loop used for gemology or a loop used professionally for gemology has
Like
3
this
lenses.
right here,
in it.
Cami.
Like what he has right there. If he looks on that, that's going to read triplet on it. You'll read on the front of it, and even it will read a triplet lens.
Well, this one
10
just
power.
has the one.
I thought you were talking about a loop for photography.
No, I'm talking about a loop for jewelers, which always uses a triplet lens, and it intentionally uses a triplet lens to correct for aberration. Working in the trade.
Let me get a piece of paper, and I think I can draw it because when you have 2.
Triple loop's going to be different because you're looking at stuff much smaller and you're trying to make it much bigger.
Yes, and the reason why is because the triplet is like 3 lenses, just like your lens in your eye, where it's like this and like this. You're going to take that lens and put 3 of them together back to back, and then the light gets refracted through it. So depending on which side of it you look through, you are going to get something that is magnified or minimized.
Nope, they work the same in both directions, and the triplet lenses were to correct them for aberration. And when you said they were using 2,
in the middle.
I just didn't know if, aberration, if you're correcting for aberration with lenses, why not triplet lenses in telescopes? Or wouldn't it get worse over distance? And I'm not a photographer.
Yes.
This is not I've only worked close in, and this is genuine. I do not know the answer to this. It had me scratching when you said 2 lenses.
I have no
when you
idea.
said a doublet instead of a triplet, I was like, huh.
But
this is pretty close to what I used in college. I took photography for 1 semester, and this is kind of almost what we had in the department. Something sort of like this. Oh, wait, there it is. Boom, there it is. I just found it. That's what we had. I think that was even the brand, Peak. So it is different than the jewelry loop. Jewelry loop's a whole different thing.
Okay.
Does the jewelry loop doesn't it have a light? The jewelry loop has a light? It doesn't?
No, you could almost Google it or that. It's just, it's a little, and the reason I knew it was Zeiss on the optics and that, again, it's if you wanted a good loop, you would get one of theirs that they've named after the person that came up again with the optics on it. But I just wondered why you would have 3 on close in and 2 on, and again, the 3 on, they always explain not to use a doublet or a triplet to correct for aberration. Otherwise you get distortion, and you can't do that when measuring fine-tuned.
Let's ask ChatGPT.
So it's like, why wouldn't you put less distortion out in spaces? And again, I could be wrong on this.
Why would you put less distortion?
In other words, if you had a way to do a triplet and it was your way of getting your cleanest image, why would you, like, again, you're not really allowed to use a doublet in gemology, or I think it would, for your eyes. It's not very professional. I mean, you can give it to people and it zooms it up, but it's hard on your eyes. Sometimes you do it as promo, but if you're actually working and having to measure in hundreds of millimeters and that, they want you to use a loop that's a triplet. So it's corrected. They tell you that's your professional equipment. That's your professional equipment. Yeah,
Yeah.
And it's because it's a triplet.
Calibrated.
So I was wondering, it's like, why wouldn't that matter to?
I don't know.
I'm not taking far away. It's okay. I take us way off topic. It's just a big question that hit me. Like, why would that be the most important when looking at something far away, especially up in space? I would think, why wouldn't that, if they were using two lenses, what you were saying, why? To me, I was like, wait, did she just say they used a doublet? Why would you use a doublet, not a triplet? But
you know what? That confused me when I
I don't understand them.
Because that confused me when I was in photography school too. And you have an enlarger with a lens and that flips things upside down and backwards and then flips it back, and then the mirror flips it back around. But you're also shooting with a camera that has a lens in the camera and then inside of the lens, depending on what camera that you're using. It makes no fucking sense.
Real quick, I want to give a big shout out to Atticus hanging out.
What's up, Atticus?
With Dad. Hi, Atticus.
Okay, so Chat GPT.
What's up, Atticus?
How should I word that, Cami or Karen, or how do I word this question?
I don't know if this is too nerdy even, but they're showing if we want to. So why would you're saying when you look up, you use, it's a two lens system. Why a two lens? Why doesn't that cause distortion? To me, you would need the third lens to correct for that.
Okay, I'm going to start.
Or again, maybe the optics of close in are different.
I'm going to start with, how does a lens work? Fucking Chat GPT.
Yeah, I've never really, we only played with Chat GPT once, and I don't mess with it ever. But I hear you have to treat it like it's a child. You kind of have to work it through the questions. You start off very basic, and then you kind of.
What?
Nothing.
We have a video that's actually coming up, and Alex and I kind of broke Chat GPT the other day. It didn't even answer. It stopped talking to us. It literally like stonewalled us.
Got the cold shoulder from Alexa.
We did. All right. So, do you want me to read this? I mean, hold on. Continue on. I'm going to try and summarize.
Wouldn't that be great if you were like, Alexa, play this song, and she was like, no, fuck off.
Actually, Alexa, have you ever gone down to the TikTok rabbit hole of Alexa fucked up shit?
No. Is that pretty good?
Have fun.
I mean, it's all like just
early on stuff.
It's still human beings writing to human beings, right? You know, it's not. There's no third entity here. It's just human beings creating a third identity that's adjacent to us, but it's still written by human beings.
Well, that makes sense, but have you guys seen that it will describe every religion except
Christianity?
Yes. Hold on.
Okay, so I told ChatGPT to summarize this, and the question was, how do lenses work? Lenses work by bending, refracting light rays to form images based on their shapes. 1. Convex converging lenses, thicker in the middle. They coverage light to a focal point, creating a real or virtual image. Creating a real or virtual images depending on the object's distance. 2. Concave, diverging lenses. Thinner in the middle, they diverge light rays as if originating from a focal point, always forming virtual, smaller, upright images. Key equations include the lens formula, 1 over f equals 1 over d to the 0 bottom power plus 1 over d to whatever magnification, and m equals h over, what the fuck is that shit?
You had me at power bottom.
All right, hold on. Finishing up. Lenses are used in eyeglasses, cameras, microscopes, and telescopes to correct vision and enhance imaging capabilities.
That's it. I mean,
I want to get back to the imaginary images part.
Right?
So what was that? Yeah. You know what? Something else happened on ChatGPT
I
the other
found the
day.
answer too, by the way.
Send this to you.
When we were on this too the other day, for the first time ever, ChatGPT asked us a question back.
Yes.
I was like, so why do you want to know? It was like something like, why do you want to know?
You didn't even notice. I noticed. I literally was like, you don't ask questions.
You're in service
I
to
ask
us.
questions to you.
It's obvious that AI has a bias, right? Everyone gets that AI has a bias.
Well, it's
It's
just
called Bill Gates.
it's well, no, it's
Machine
just people
learning.
writing. It's people writing like all it is. Like I went to the other side of this because I was going to try to make some money. I was writing for some AI for a hot minute, and you're basically going through and you're discerning through what AI answered on something versus another model, and you go through and you break it down. You break it down why it doesn't make sense and which choice do you like better. It's still humans writing it. There's not a third party doing this stuff.
It's all
not
based
some
on-
Yeah,
third party.
it's not sentient. We're not looking
No.
at Terminator 2 here. It's
No,
not
yeah.
sentient.
No,
And
it's
guess-
doing
and guess what?
searches. I did a search too. Do you want to see what I came up on this, and you can
Sure.
vote if it was better than Chat GPT or not? I searched and I put in the question. I even put in. I defaulted to somebody's specific question, saying in an astrophysics group, saying I'm wondering the main difference between an APO doublet and triplet in terms of image quality, and they're talking different lenses. And the answer that came up the best on it was basically for 3 pieces of glass to be made with the same degree of perfection as 2, it takes 50% more time and effort than the 2. For 3 pieces of glass to be mounted and aligned and performed and designed this day, it takes a lot more effort on the lens cell than with 2 pieces of glass. With 3 pieces of glass, it's a little easier to correct for aberration than with 2 pieces. So the 3 pieces do definitely correct for aberration. They care a lot more about it when looking at little diamonds and stuff than they do than looking at space. So it's an issue in both things, and I guess you can pay more and get the triplets on it. On the lenses, you can get the triplets. And they're saying most triplets cannot reach the sharpness they should under real world and the climates, but you pay a lot more money. A lot more money is they're selling them for more, so nobody talks about it.
Hey, Cami, just for like for me and like for some people, because I have a freshman level understanding of aberration. Can you kind of describe aberration a little bit more? Because I'd like to know. I understand it kind of in general, but can you just like give an idea of what that actually means?
It's kind of exactly what you would think it would be, that like parts of the lens can go slightly, the lens can cause it to go like just slightly off and ever so slightly off than other parts. So it's
distortion.
Exactly.
Like a fun
Aberration would be distorted. So aberrations would be itty bitty portions of distortions, but if you're measuring something and using like 1,000th of a millimeter or something, again, it can distort when looking through, though again, I would think that the idea of distortion would carry even more so when looking further away. But maybe I am wrong about that.
It's amplified at distance. Right. Okay.
I would. That's what would go in my mind. But again, I don't know. I don't know if there's something about it that, because here they seem to think that you have a hard time getting it sharper with the triplet, but triplets are much easier. Triplets make sharper images than doublets. Again, it's just a crisper. It's corrected in all. And again, usually the aberration and things I'm talking about with the doublet is more around, similar to a mild barrel distortion. That might work for you better with cameras, right?
Distortion makes sense. Yes.
That's
So
the old
way,
yield barrel lens
difference
distortion,
between
right?
A 50
So yeah, when she was
and a fisheye.
Right. So when talking about the lenses, and she's like putting doublets in that, and I know why they're doing that, but it's like, why aren't they doing triplets? But now I'm seeing because
triplets magnify it.
well, the triplets are going to get more complicated with loops. They're using a very small it's using, loops are usually how many millimeters across or how many, you know what I mean? Seriously.
10?
So it's 8 to 10, you have different size ones, but they don't get very big in diameter. So it's going to be a lot cheaper to make smaller pieces line up. You know what I mean? It's going to be easier to do the physics. The bigger you would get on it, the harder, the more difficult it would get.
I mean, it's really confusing. So for instance, like gems and gemstones and precious metals and stuff, I don't really have jewelry experience, but I know that those lenses work in the same similar way, except on
exactly the same way.
Yeah,
I'm learning the exact same way. That's why I threw the question. And you're used to looking further, and I'm used to looking like just very close in. But no, they work exactly the same way.
So it works.
Is what I'm learning.
So the way that light works and the way that depth of field and all of that stuff works, it falls off half and half and half. So you can stand 6 feet away from somebody and you can put the background in focus, or you can open up the aperture and you can put it out of focus. So now with digital photography, you have a sensor, and it's a digital sensor, and that digital sensor is half the size of, say, film, like 35 millimeter, for instance. And then you have a lens. And so you have a lens that's 50 millimeter to 300 millimeter. But because that lens, that sensor, is half the size of the actual emulsion film, it actually magnifies it and doubles it. So when you have a 300 millimeter lens, you're actually using a 600 millimeter lens. Crickets.
Sorry, yeah, you're getting a little technical.
Yeah, so we didn't mean to get so tech. We're actually a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun here.
I just was expecting you to keep going. I was like, I thought there was more. I was like, and
you realize this is a collection of nerds here, right?
This is funny too. Okay, I ran back to this one
all night long.
Nicole, we're just like, and keep going. Don't stop now.
You want a ladle gravy?
I'm on wireless headphones with no microphone, and so I was listening, and it's like, oh, good, this is great. I'm going to sit and listen with a cigarette in the garage, so I can hear you perfectly. But when you stopped and said that, I was like, oh, crud!
She came running in.
I came running in.
No one smokes cigarettes.
Okay, so photography is one of those weird things. So it's magnified and magnified. So it's almost like volume. It works kind of in the same as like light works in the same diffraction as sound works in diffraction. Like I could scream from a mountaintop, which is elevated, and my scream would maybe echo over a long way because it's reverberating out, right? So light waves and sound waves, they fall off in the same way. So I can talk like this and I sound really loud, or I can come back here and I sound a lot softer. So the 50 millimeter lens is the lens that will flatten everything out. So if there was, so Karen, you have a P900. If you put on a filter, a 50 millimeter filter, or I wonder what would happen if you put on a macro filter to that lens and then zoomed in, because that might actually turn that lens into an 1800 millimeter, which would actually be doubled that.
Oh, sure.
So every time you put a convex and a concave, like this way first, and then this way, and you match them together, that's what creates the enlargement, which is sort of
that's what she said.
Magnification.
Oh, you guys heard that?
Getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Where's Lowry right now?
Smoking. Well, I don't know. He disappeared.
Is Andrew still around?
Andrew.
Andrew.
Nicole!
Hey, yeah, I'm still
guys,
here.
Hey,
Yeah.
Thanks for being sweet with Atticus. Like, he has like,
Yeah, man, he's awesome.
he has a meltdown like once or twice a month, and it was the
Same.
worst timing ever. And that helped. Like immediately, he was just like calm.
Awesome.
Tell me
I was
about
the same way as
Atticus.
kid, only I broke things.
Who is Atticus?
My son. They came home
Is that
from
the one that was just there?
Yep. And I just put him on my lap, and like he saw himself, and like I was like, "Hey, you guys wave," and he waved back, and he was just like,
Oh, I love that
Nice.
name.
I don't. It's from To Kill a Mockingbird, Atticus Finch. But damn it!
I read the cliff notes on that.
Take a shot.
I don't know where Lowry went. He might be in the bathroom. But I actually have a question, because what you guys were talking earlier about the frequency and the ether drip and stuff. There is so the ionosphere, which I learned from Dutch Sins, and it's the ionosphere. And apparently the ionosphere is negatively charged. So this is going to be the most random question. But
this
has
is Zack
anybody
question.
ever
This is great.
seen a spider just floating in the middle of a
No
field?
way you just asked this question.
I've seen
I saw it
footage.
happen
Yes.
Have you seen it?
sitting
No,
on my
not in
front
person.
porch.
And
I
it's
saw
the
this
weirdest
happen.
thing.
There
It's
was
the
a
weirdest
spider
thing.
just hanging there, and all of a sudden it
Just
just
hanging
took off
there.
and went.
Hey, Nicole,
bring
it looks like
spider
I'm
to
smelling
teleport
your
for
hair.
you.
Tree.
It looks like I'm Joe biting you right now.
Oh my god.
Oh, it blew my mind. And I knew it happened, but I had to be sitting in that spot right there at that time to actually see it happen. It wasn't like I went and caught a spider and set it up. Yeah, I saw this happen, a spider balloon right in front of my face.
So, okay, it's a phenomenon. It's a phenomenon. So
It is, and I'm
I
looking
used
for a
to see
video
it-
to show it, the cutest video ever to show it.
So there was
talking.
an article I read, and it blew my mind, because apparently, and I don't know if this is maybe like incognito marketing for like the Spider-Man movie with, that came out at the same time, but this article, because it like confused scientists for years. They were like, how do these spiders just float?
Well, don't they like shoot a
they
web
found
like
out?
at the air or
Yes.
whatever?
Yes, they shoot a web. So a spider web, like the silk that they shoot out of, like it's positively charged, so they can shoot that web up so it
Heard
hits
that.
the ionosphere, and then it magnifies, and then they can like swing for great distances.
Yeah.
I've
heard that. I've got.
It's
See,
more
people
to do
always
with
bitched when there was no buildings around Spider-Man and he's just swinging away. Now we know how he does it.
Hey, that's one of those things that I thought about before I saw conspiracy people talking about it. I got two other examples of the 100th monkey effect. The whole 13-month thing with a day of reflection. I thought of myself and was laying there in bed. I never heard anybody say this. This is years before David Weiss started saying it. I was like, wait a minute, sept, 7.
And did the whole, you guys know the rest. I'm not going to waste your time. Fuck me! Oh my god.
I was born in September.
He's asleep.
Who?
My son. He didn't hear me just say fuck me.
Oh. My parents taught me how to swear, so.
I taught my children how to swear.
Yeah, you don't want them going off to college and like using swear words wrong, like fucking idiots.
I remember my little brother was like 3 years old, and I saw him sitting at I had a recliner in my room, and he's holding the video game controller. The TV's on. It's just playing the television, but he sees Big Brother sitting there holding that controller, right, pushing buttons, and he's just sitting there going, just shit. Just shit. Just damn. Just shit. And I was like, oh, wow, I got to watch what I'm saying while I'm... Yeah, he's watching me.
Hey, so I don't have much time here. As everyone knows, that my mic's not going to last. But the 100th monkey effect. You don't have to believe me. I don't care if you do, honestly. But you know how everyone calls Joe Rogan Toe Rogan? Am I out again? Why are you shaking your head?
No,
you're good.
You're in.
Because I don't believe you.
No, I just turned my
Is
camera
that because
back
Joe
on.
Rogan
But yeah,
looks like a toe?
because he
No,
looks like a
Owen
fucking
Benjamin
toe.
was calling him a thumb. And I heard Witsit, his first year of streaming 5 years ago, say that. And because I'm a natural comedian and the funniest person you will ever meet when you get to know me, I was like, why don't they call him Toe Rogan? Because it rhymes with Joe. And I can prove it because I sent a super chat 5 years ago. I'm not saying I'm the first person to say it, but I've never heard it before, and now everyone everywhere calls him that. And another thing too, the whole I definitely didn't come up with this, but I never heard anyone say it before. News being an acronym for North, East, West, and South. I thought of that on my own. I definitely didn't come up with that one, but I will. The person that judges me. I definitely came up with Toe Rogan.
You know what? I'm gonna go troll his
Josh,
fucking chat.
I put something in, or I have a share screen up that this is a playable video. If I change over, it's from the University of Bristol. But Nicole will love this, and it's very short. It's the Spiderland University of Bristol ballooning video.
Yes.
Oh, it's called ballooning?
Yes,
This is what she's talking about. And so if I
exactly
can...
what I'm talking about.
Cool.
This is exactly what she's talking about.
Dude,
so I'm going
Atticus
to
is
play it
out.
really quick if you can put me on screen or that.
You're on. It's like when you take Molly.
Well, right now you've got us all on this
ionosphere and
thing,
swing wherever I
Josh,
want to
so
go.
we're not seeing her screen.
No, I don't. That's
My
you.
camera's backwards. I can't sit in this chair correctly.
I don't have anything on.
Wait, did you just say the camera?
I'm still
is
seeing this in
backwards?
the
I'm mirrored.
the
Is
center
weirding me out.
seats or whatever.
Stop looking at
Upside
your
down
stuff.
backwards.
That's your view, Walter. That's what you're seeing.
But I never did that.
Lowry
Man,
back.
Took it on,
Oh,
It's popping off.
Look who just slid into the captain's chair.
It's
You just slid into your DMs.
yeah, it's popping off downstairs, and I'm up here talking to a bunch of nerds who I love.
Ow!
There's like a full on rave going on downstairs. I'm like, I'm up here
All
talking
right,
about.
I'm looking at Cami now. Go ahead, Cami. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
Of all the great flyers the world has ever known, it may come as a surprise that one of
Oh,
the
yeah,
best
maybe not with the
aviators in
audio.
the animal kingdom doesn't even possess
Prob-
wings.
You probably don't want to play.
Probably-
Spiders instead use
Probably
long
not the
hands
audio,
of
though.
silk to carry them through the
Probably
air,
might wanna- yeah.
often for many hundreds of
That's okay.
miles in a
Damn it.
process
Okay.
known as
You can talk
ballooning.
over it. I think as long
They
as
have
you
long
talk
been
over it,
known
it's like
to
it's
have
in the
blown the
background.
nest
Are you
in such
sure?
a way.
And I know that in the background it's okay.
Okay, that's weird
Okay,
because
that's fine.
I could play it through the microphone if you want.
I would maybe
Do you
just,
want me to do it through the microphone?
or you could just
Because I had it on.
turn the volume
I
down real
shared
low.
sound.
Oh,
Yeah.
is
Are you
this
trying
where
to share a
spiders
video?
use the ether to fucking float?
No, yeah, no. It's
Yes,
just
dude,
saying
this
we
shit
can
is
get struck.
amazing.
This
You
says we're
play
going to
the
get
audio.
struck on it?
Oh, this is good shit.
Really? This says that we're going to get struck up playing it? Warning?
No,
Okay.
there's a good possibility
History
if you play
tells
the
us
audio.
We're likely to
It
get
should be
struck.
because it's University of Bristol. It's not
Yeah,
a...
but they strike us for
It doesn't matter.
everything.
I haven't on this one, but are you sure?
If they think we're
Because
inciting
this is
violence,
purely educational. This is fair use. This is
I
completely
know. I
fair
just don't
use.
want this show getting taken down at all. I mean, we could probably just cut this part out if need be.
But
Wait,
okay, but
What about spiders levitating would be bad for YouTube?
No, just using their stuff. They'll say,
Okay.
I haven't.
It's all
This
about
is strictly
copyright, not about
educational, teaching her how electric fields elicit spider ballooning in spiders, and they put this up for use for educational purposes.
think
And
it's
we're using it
perfectly
for
fine.
use.
All right. We'll give it
Okay.
a shot.
So I'm going to leave my volume on and just do this and see if you guys can hear it. If not, do you want me to share it just to you, Josh? Do you want me to just click it over in the chat?
No, you're fine. I mean, you can make it full screen.
Okay.
That'd be good. But
I will. Okay.
Of all the great flyers the world has ever known, it may come as a surprise that one of the best aviators in the animal kingdom doesn't even possess wings. Spiders, instead, use long fans of silk to carry them through the air, often for many hundreds of miles, in a process known as ballooning. They have long been known to have flown the nest in such a way. Charles Darwin himself marvelled at hundreds of tiny spiders landing on the Beagle while out at sea, and later recorded how they took off from the ship with great speeds even on a calm, windless day. During this time, there were two theories for how ballooning worked. The first theory, and the most obvious explanation, was that long strands of silk emitted by the spider catch the wind and the associated drag forces pull the spider aloft. But spiders will only balloon on days where the wind is a gentle breeze, which raises the questions of how there'd be enough force to pull the silk from the spider's spinnerets, and how could heavier spiders even become airborne at all? The second theory was that atmospheric electricity could also provide the force needed to get the spider aloft. Similar to how your hair lifts to stand on end when you rub a balloon on your jumper, spider silk could be lifted into the air by natural electrostatic forces in the atmosphere. These electric fields are present at all times all around the world, but are most noticeable during thunderstorms when they are at their strongest. Surprisingly, until now, the electrostatic theory of spider ballooning had never been tested. In our lab at the University of Bristol, we isolated spiders from any airflow or atmospheric electricity and generated our own controlled electric field at levels found in nature. In response, the spiders began to change their behaviour to perform tiptoeing, where they straighten their legs, raise their abdomen and release silk. This behaviour is only ever seen when a spider wants to balloon. Furthermore, once the spider was aloft, its altitude could be controlled by turning the electric field on and off. This demonstrates that spiders can balloon using electrostatic forces alone, but in all likelihood, they would use a combination of both wind and electricity to balloon in their natural environments. So how did the spiders detect these electric fields? In this experiment, it was also observed that the minute sensory hairs on the spider's exoskeleton were similarly moved by the electric field. We can then infer that spiders can feel the charge in the air using the same sensory hairs they would use to detect a breeze. The results of this study show us that electrostatic forces could be an integral part of spider ballooning. And by fully understanding the mechanisms behind it, we can better describe population dynamics, dispersal, and ecological resilience, all of which are important for global ecology.
we didn't I send you?
Okay, can you pause that for a second? So, like, I want to ask, okay, Cami?
Yes.
So, like, all right, so whatever's capturing ether or the energy, would it be possible to do like a, like steel wool, only not steel wool, like copper or something, and like I just hold on to that shit? It's got to be really light, obviously. It's got to be relative to my weight, but it'd have to be a lot of it, yeah? So if I had, like, say, I don't know, 10 feet by 10 feet of really, really super light, say, copper, and would that affect me? Would it be possible to, like, draw me off the ground, something like that? I'm just doing it at scale.
Zach,
I don't think so.
Zach, didn't I send you a video of a guy on the beach on X
doing some crazy stuff? Yeah,
doing
I think
just this thing. Was
that was the elevation guy? I saw that one too. The elevation guy.
It was
Maybe
acoustic, though, I think, wasn't it?
No, acoustic. I think what you're talking about, just copper, I would think you would need like a heavy magnet underneath you, another words. If you're going to be like in a big copper tube or something you want to be lifted, I would think that you would. The ground's
Okay,
not going to do it. You
So
would
my
need-
question would be then to get that kind of scale, because the spider's obviously really light, so it's like it doesn't take much to lift a spider off the ground, right? So like somebody my weight, say like I'm 170 pounds, you know, what kind of situation would you need to have to generate that kind of lift if I were just say holding on to it and I wanted to go aloft? We're not talking about navigation, we're not talking about anything. Like it would have to obviously be super light but very conductive, yeah?
Yeah, this is
And-
something that you would have to make it less potential, which is counterintuitive to a human being. Like you can't just take something off your fingertip and now all of a sudden I say, well, the energy coming off of me, you know, is going to be this. When you're
So
there's always this war
Does
going on.
potential mean the charge?
Yeah, the charge potential. I'll just say positive and negative. I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
no.
Charge potential, you just need to figure out at scale what works with a human being and what would do that the same as the spider does. So the spider's got, obviously it's very, very, so the spider weighs virtually nothing. You would
Right.
have to have a big,
Yeah, and that low
big
potential
ball
would probably
of-
kill you. Yeah.
oh, you mean as far as
Having
just
a
like
big
a
balls.
charge, like just a lightning strike or something, or the like it would kill
Yeah,
you?
but it would be the
Yeah, putting it
opposite of
between
a
the-
lightning
I didn't
strike.
mean to
It
interrupt,
would
I
be
just
like
didn't-
like when you feel a negative, it doesn't shock you. You shock it. It's sucking the energy out of you. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't hurt like a shock. Like when you get shocked real good, yeah.
Being shocked is the weirdest pain.
It's like the-
I've set the wand
most
in my
awkward pain.
lap before,
Is it the-
and I didn't realize what I was doing, and I'm just
You did
sitting
what
there
in your lap?
cranking on the thing, the discharge wand to the Van de Graaff generator.
Oh, gotcha.
So I have the wand sitting in my lap, and I'm feet are up off the ground. I'm sitting Indian style, and I'm just cranking the generator. All of a sudden, I start feeling this weird feeling on my leg, and it was like, I don't know. It was.
Did it suck
It
the
was
life out
bad.
of you? Was it like the pit of despair?
I wouldn't say the pit of despair, but
Well,
it was like
Think
a.
about what it was doing. Wasn't that sort of the way,
Yeah,
the
that's
way
kinda
you're
like what it was
describing it?
doing.
Dude, I
Yeah.
hate the feeling of being shocked. It's not the most painful. It's the weirdest painful.
Oh, see, I love the feeling of being shocked, but this wasn't a shock. Like,
So
was off
you want
the
to beat it up
energy,
tell or you know?
I had one time I was a kid. I was grabbing, for whatever reason, I was like 8 years old. I was grabbing the sink where the water comes out, and then I grabbed the refrigerator at the same time. It was an old 60s refrigerator this was in the 80s, and I happened to grab both of them at the same time, and I got stuck in the middle of it. So like, yeah, it's a weird feeling, and I couldn't get away from it. Fortunately, like it wasn't enough of a charge for me to, I think I kind of moved my hand off of it a little bit. I was a little kid, so like it sort of swept me off my feet, and it broke me away from the actual attachment to the nozzle in the sink versus the fridge. But like, I guess my point I was trying to make was like I'm trying to figure out how to make something that I can fly around
You're
in.
still sharing, Cami.
Oh yeah, that's okay. I'm still trying to figure out how do I make something at very low cost that I can fly around in and still navigate with, other than an airship, and that's where my motivations are,
I feel you.
See, I'm just scared to try to do something like that because what happens to all the people that do things like that?
Yeah, it's bad. I mean, there's like if you don't get your physics right, you're going to end up in a bad situation.
Well, no,
It's
not
like-
even that.
No,
it's
it's
like
not
governments.
Not that at
You
all.
know, will
Oh,
come
yeah,
and
like-
be
like-
Did you watch
shock
Waffle
culture?
House last week, Zach?
Are you talking about
Yeah.
shock culture?
That's what it was about exactly. It was all these people who have come up with these amazing inventions, and everything's great, and they go on the news, and there's tests, and there's
The jet
physicists,
engine.
and then suddenly they get involved with the government, and it all goes downhill from
Ends
there.
up in
Suddenly they
prison
have
for
heart
tax
attacks and run
evasion.
over.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the ye old heart attack gun and all that stuff. Yeah, I
Mhm.
mean they don't want that shit out there. I mean, I was just thinking about a personal airship. Like, what would you need? You really only need like a 15 or 20 by 20 sort of volume, and you need
Can
some.
you imagine
access
if everybody
to-
at the grocery store had their own personal fucking airship?
It's just It's a parking issue. It's a parking issue. Really, I thought this
back
through.
in
I've been thinking this through for years.
London.
It's a
Think
parking
there was,
issue.
Like ships in the harbor where you have like a little like
I mean, we could park it on the roof, but like the thing about it is like you either deflate it every time you run it, or it sits there fully inflated, and you have to have a supply of gas that's lighter than the gas around it, whatever you use. But like I was talking to Weiss about it. I was like, what would you do? And like, what are the problems here? And he was like, I was like, parking is a problem. Well, you can rope it above a car, and you probably have some thief come and take it away, or you can rope it above. But then you have weather, and then you have wind, and like airships are useless. Airships are useless with wind. If it's anything remotely windy, then your navigation is way off, and you're gonna be fighting, winds. But if it's a calm day, well, no, I'm talking about when you're driving somewhere. If you're in a personal airship, which is a lot more efficient than say a personal drone, which they're coming out with now. They've got these.
Drive an airship?
Yeah, you drive it. You push it in certain directions. What I'm saying is, like, if you have weather, it's an issue.
How do you drive an airship? How do you drive?
I have no idea, but I'd like to find out. So I'm like, if you park, if you're heading into the wind and you can't get to a certain spot that you want to go to. Oh yeah, this one too. I've seen this, but like you don't know where you know where you're going, but you still can't get to it because you got weather systems to get you there. So it's only useful on a calm day, right? And then you got to park it. Even if it's 20 by 20, even if you have, say 6 months supply of lighter than gas of surrounding gas, it might be useful. It's definitely useful getting around travel. It's a lot cheaper than a personal drone, which they're already releasing right now. A personal drone that you fly your helicopter, it lasts like 40 minutes.
Oh my God.
And then they got to put it down.
Self-driving.
It's probably self-driving, but airship, you got to, it's weather dependent and it's parking dependent. That's all I'm saying. These are the things we're going to talk about on the Sombrero tinfoil hat shit show. So like, if somebody
Sombrero tinfoil hat. That's what we devolved into.
That's what I'm saying. It's like I have all these ideas. I want to get them off my chest.
Here you go. 1911, the first airship laws in London.
Why am I not in a chair? What am I doing? Am I not in a chair?
You are in a chair on the thing that we look at, but not on the broadcast. You're in a chair on the broadcast or on the thing, but you just can't see.
Right. Yeah, apparently when that happened earlier, it locked it on everybody. I didn't know either.
We're all sitting in like this Galactic Empire seating situation where we're like on the Galactic Space Mountain.
Yeah, you can change that.
Are you guys messing with me?
No, you actually have to look at your other screen and look at what it looks like.
Look at the top right where it says view, click on that. There you go again.
Just
look at that nose. Nose surgery.
See you.
First time.
This is broadcasting 101 for most of us that don't have any idea what we're doing. So we're learning as we go along.
Man, this is Sunday's
Jesus.
You can do this too.
Yeah.
You can do it too.
What do we got here? What are we looking at? Parks International Navigation Conference, 1910. Okay, cool.
Are you still here, Andrew?
Andrew?
Yep, I'm here.
I think he went to get a pizza.
Did you get? Yeah,
He's the
Alex,
silent
did you get
partner.
your question answered or pretty much on there? Because one of the things I was going to say is that like when looking at any of the things that you would need to scale up for us to do, you almost have to look. And again, I won't always know all the answers, but I do know that like a little spider, again, small things and what their bodies are made out of that and using the electrostatic field to do it doesn't necessarily mean it can scale because we have, calcium, we have different elements in our body too and things like that. There's no guarantee. You would have to look at each application separately. There's no guarantee that you can scale it up and have it livable for us. It's not just an assumption that, we can scale that up and can we bounce or can we do that? That you always have to take it. Well, our bodies are this big of a body that can we withstand that type of what scaling it up would do. And some forces there will be yes you can, but some forces will be no you can't. So I would want to talk to you on what you're saying. Can we do it? I don't know. I wish Bob was alive. He would be able to answer that question. I would want to talk to somebody that had like the fullest knowledge of it, but I would be Larry. I certainly wouldn't jump to the fact that you can levitate us that easily, or why wouldn't we have?
Doesn't it go back to that thing when like that one guy? There's several of them, I think, but that one guy's like just tethered himself to a balloon, and then shot up, and then if the story is true, ended up in the ocean dead because he didn't understand the physics of it.
4 months later.
You know, it's like that sort of thing. I was just playing around with the idea of like, what would the scale be versus my mass versus what kind of material I'd have to put up there to get me up off the ground, not even counting navigation. And you have these guys that literally strapped themselves in a lawn chair, got in balloons, and forgot, you know, maybe to put a parachute on or something because they went up too high too fast and they froze to death. I think there was one story out of, I think it was Australia that happened. You know, I mean, we've all dreamed of this, getting up in a balloon chair and just cruising around. Well, I mean, that's cool. You can definitely get height and you can get elevation and you can go somewhere, but you're destined to where the winds take you, unless you have some way to vector yourself with that same system. I was just thinking, like,
oh, that would be so scary. That would be so I mean, I parasail hooked on, tethered to the back of a boat, the very gentle thing, but being not tethered to something on ground and just be at the wind's mercy.
You're at the mercy of like,
Terrifying.
whatever's going
Everything.
on, right? So like, and I was thinking of that too. It's like, well, these spiders, you know, at their scale, they they can probably float around forever because there's hardly any mass in a spider. You know, so it's just cruising around and it's been used to doing this stuff forever. And it probably has like its own programming that says, well, it's probably not the right time to put up a, you know, a web or whatever. But like, you know, going back to the airship thing or everything else, it's like, there's got to be some way to make this kind of cool and that you can get around that's somewhere in between that. And, you know, I saw Ted in the chat. He said like paramotors, whatever. Paramotors are vectoring is easier on those, but it's like you just don't. What we want to do is get up above the 2D travel and the 2D traffic, right? So we want to cruise somewhere. What is the easiest way to do that, right?
Is it
helicopter?
Outside of understanding anti-gravitical like magnetic manipulation, which we know exists. I just don't know how to do it, and I can't find any engineering.
Hey, Lowry.
Yeah.
Is it Dave that has the whole theory that the Hindenburg was just like a psyop to make
It's a
people?
psyop. Just like the Titanic, which was actually the Olympic that sunk.
Yeah,
It was the Olympic that sunk. It's the same psyop, the same program they've been using for years and years. and
Okay,
years.
yeah, I've heard. I think it's maybe Dave that I heard that from, and I'm like, that makes perfect sense.
They use
You
the same
know, like,
program
shut
every
that
single
shit
time.
down.
Every single time. They know exactly it's trauma-based mind control. They have a program for it. It works every time.
It's effective, man. I
It
can't
does work.
lie.
It's been working for years, and they keep doing it. And I can't believe they get away with it every single time. They keep doing it. You know, but there was nothing wrong with airships other than they don't respond to weather real well. Or if you're going to travel really high, you get above the weather systems, probably better.
Don't you
But,
think
like-
that's a big problem, Lowry, that it doesn't respond to weather well? Did you see the airship that was tipped on its end? Its
Yeah.
nose stuck to the dock and its ass was in the air and it was vertical?
It's
to
a
the
problem. It's a problem.
It is a problem. There's a lot of problems with airships. It's not a fucking psyop.
Well, no. They blew up the Zeppelin to scare the fuck out of people. So they didn't want. What if you scaled that back down to a personal thing that it's not affected by wind that much, and you could actually cruise around at least cityscapes, you know, and avoid traffic and tie it down to the street and have a system that works. You know, you're not taking on that much wind at 10 by 10 or 20 by 20 to get one person up in the air.
One person.
Have you flown a Zeppelin? Have you captained an airship? Ever?
No, I just look at the physics. Yeah, that's it. I'm not saying I know how to do it. Have you captained an airship?
No.
Now that I think about it,
I
pulling
can't
kites to
ever
see how.
assume to know what it's like to fly one, but I know that I spent some time looking into airships, and that was the problem, that they had a high, their crash rate was extremely high, and they were unstable, and they had a lot
They
of
were
issues.
banned.
So what would be your solution on that? Is like as far as like
And
just
even
getting one.
today, like it's not like the airship is an abandoned technology. Like if you Google modern airships, there's companies spending millions of dollars trying to develop airships that carry cargo, and it looks like a giant ass. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Like you can go look. It's not like a secret. There's
Where are
companies
they?
spending millions of dollars in
Where are
Europe.
they?
Why is it different than a hot air balloon? Because on my channel, if you go on my things, you'll see Curiosities in Colorado, and it's a balloon ride. If it starts off the video, it shows the controllability and the landing on a balloon ride. How different is it?
This is why.
Well, all
Ready?
jet fuel is melted bird bricks.
Wait, they didn't use jet fuel for the Hindenburg.
No, it's
The
supposed to be
Hindenburg.
hydrogen. It was hydrogen that
Wait,
blew up,
no,
right?
no. Actually, you're right, sort of. But
I'm teasing.
the thing
I
that happened.
don't weigh in either way.
I didn't say anything about jet fuel.
No, nobody said Alex.
No, but Ted made a solid point about the jet fuel hoax thing. Is why I threw it in there.
That has nothing to do with airships, though.
Jet fuel does not fuel airships. Airships were supposed to be fueled by helium. So they basically were a big balloon. But the Hindenburg went down, and the controversy behind it is because they put 50% helium and 50% hydrogen or something. And that's what created the fire. The original story that they said was somebody lit a cigarette and helium is highly flammable.
Combustible.
Whatever. So the technology behind it, just like the Concorde and all of it, they use that explosion as the first sort of hydrogen bomb. And then they started the Pulitzer Prize around it. It's one of the most pivotal photos that was originally published.
Well, everybody knows that hydrogen is flammable. Like, hydrogen being flammable is not a secret.
Hydrogen is, but helium isn't.
I know. Helium is inert.
Helium was the only gas that was supposed to be used for airships. Then the combination between helium and hydrogen.
What are all those
is what
videos of
blew
the
up
helium
airships.
balloon fires? Like at birthday parties where they have the balloons and the fire thingies.
I don't know. Is that a thing? It shouldn't be, because helium.
It is.
Wait,
helium balloon
are you saying there are helium balloon fires at birthday parties? I missed part of that.
I've seen videos on that.
Wow.
Not, like giving them a stuff that I've seen. Maybe the oxygen in that too, or whatever. But
wow.
Yeah, I know. I've seen like just on the silly videos that play in the background or whatever.
Oh, that's
like
dark.
the gender reveals where they have like the big explosion with the balloons and stuff.
No, not at all. Just like things, different countries that where you have parties and the cake gets too close and the balloons catch, like explosion, the type of videos that you would have sent into America's favorite video years ago.
Okay, so no fatalities.
I think that's because of the balloon.
No, not of that. More of like, they were more like, again, what people would have sent to America's Funniest, where it goes.
I have too many paranoias already.
I think it's because of the polyurethane in the balloon, like the plastic that the balloon is made out of, and then when that
can't be that
explodes, I don't know.
So I guess my position would be like as a personal aircraft, is it useful or not? That's my real question. It's like a 20 by 20 personal air machine. Is that even functional, or do we just continue down the road of like exploring electrogravitics or anti-gravitics or whatever it is, which is the manipulation of vibrations in order to get things to go up, so you don't have to travel in 2D traffic. You can travel up above something, because it's the Hutchinson effect clearly identified that's a thing, and every time someone brings it up, they get eliminated from YouTube. So like, is that something we should look at? I don't know. I mean, like, sounds fun.
So you're saying you believe those like the hidden history stuff where there's like a lot of like balloon traffic, like that thing?
Well, according to pictures. I mean, all I can do is say there's pictures.
I've only seen drawings. I don't think I've seen actual
There's pictures.
No,
There's pictures.
I've
There's
seen
pictures
pictures
of
of. We used
So, like,
a lot
what-
of balloons in World War II when we were storming the beaches of Normandy.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
so-
have seen that. That's right. That's right.
what's
They
the-
can they can be shot like hundreds of times and not, because
We-
they don't
the
just
Goodyear
fall
balloon.
out of the sky.
You guys remember the
I've-
Goodyear blimp? The
I've seen
Goodyear
it.
blimp is around.
I
mean, it doesn't show
visited
up
the
anymore.
Goodyear blimp in Miami when we lived there, and we got to see the big, huge hangar it sits
No, I
in,
think it
and
was the
watched them pull
MetLife.
it out by hand, and yeah, it was pretty crazy.
I saw
There was a
MetLife
subway
The,
blimp here
okay.
last year. It looked like a sub sandwich. A subway blimp came over here last year. Actually, just over Lowry Street. I fucking shit.
Over Lowry Street.
Sorry about
Okay.
my language.
Did anybody hear about the balloon story that made the news earlier today?
Mm-mm.
You didn't? Nobody heard
I
it?
didn't hear it either.
Nobody heard about the 100 penis balloons that were
Oh, that
released
one.
at City Hall with
You
the
had me at
pictures
100
of
penises.
It was a pro-Trumper thing where they put like the names of the prosecutors. It's just they basically released a bunch of penis-shaped balloons that flew up in front of the courthouse. It had the names of the prosecutors and all the people that are. It's not really
like the
useful to this
judge,
conversation, but it's funny.
But where did those penis balloons go?
Okay,
Are
so
they
she has this thing.
Right
She has
to
this thing.
Rico's house.
She has this thing where like, where do all the lonely balloons go that go float up in the air? She thinks they're all up, hanging out somewhere on the upper deck, and wondering what happens now. We're just like lonely balloons. We're just like, I don't know what to do now. We're just here, and now we just sit here.
Oh, well, you need a pressure mediation. Once those balloons get up too high, they explode and then they fall and come down. They lose
Yeah,
pressure.
that's
They-
true.
There's your answer, Nicole. There's your answer.
Then where
Hey, can you send me a link? Will you text me a link to that?
But what if there is one little spot where they all just hang out up there and they're just like, I'm so
Are you
sad."
messing with me right now? Is that a real story?
Yes, no, this is.
She was
I'm
thinking
not
there
going
was
out of
like
the closet till 2025. I promise. So it's
Yeah.
a bit. This is a bad year for that.
yeah, but I was thinking.
No, is that a
what-
real story?
We'll get
No,
you 200 balloons,
no.
Rico. Don't
I'm
worry.
getting you the link.
It was a mental experiment of like all the lonely balloons. That's all it was. It's probably a good song. I should write all the lonely balloons and write that song. But like it was
To the tune of 1,000.
Yeah.
Wait. No.
99 lonely balloons.
The red
Yeah,
book.
where do all the lonely balloons go?
Ah, I can't do it with that.
Yeah, because they're using a green
I'm
screen.
sending it to you.
You have my number. Just text me.
But they're the thing. This is what we do all the time. It's like, what if? You know, which is where this whole airship thing and also like personal transport and like everything else. It's like, because I did that whole rabbit hole with the Hutchison effect. I was like, holy shit, he's elevating iron balls that are probably like 50 pounds. And I was like, well,
You had me at iron balls.
iron balls. Sorry, I didn't say that. But like, it's just like, okay, well, if they can do that, there's probably a way that they're traveling around way up high that we can't see them. They're in this place somewhere with us. They probably live way away from us, somewhere out in the outs or somewhere in a piece of land that we can't see or whatever. But like, it's sorry. Go ahead, Karen.
I was saying, who is they?
I have no idea. I was going to ask you guys. I was hoping you knew. I don't know.
Spiders.
I mean, it's just like literally that you can see things, especially when you stare up at the sky. I've seen several times where there's things that don't make sense with physics. And I'm just like, what is that thing? And there's like several things following it. And you're just like, wow, that's kind of weird.
Turning in
And-
unison and all kind of fun little space.
Yeah. And I actually, the one thing that turned me crooked back in college, I was out in front of the yard of like this house I was renting when I was, going through my education, my indoctrination, whatever you want to call it. And I looked up and I saw one take went straight this way, and it took a hard right. It took a literal hard right. In other words, not like a curve. And like in the UFO community, they call it, it's like
Soft, right?
no, it's the fast runners or fast something. Anyway, it went this way and then it took a hard right. It almost looked like something on whatever this thing is up here. Either there was part of the tech that was lighting up and it took a hard right, or there was actually something traveling that took a hard right. And it wasn't a curve. It was an immediate hard right. And at that distance, it had to have been traveling in excess of a lot of speed. And then it went a different direction. I saw that with my own eyes. I will attest to that. And I know there's other people that have seen it. So like, I've always been of the position that UFOs and flat earth are not mutually exclusive. I just think there's tech in here that we don't know about. And, I'd like to figure out what that is. I'd like to figure out kind of, mainly for me is just to get above 2D traffic. I mean, that would be super fun. Even if it's just
interestingly
20 feet.
enough, Zack was, hinting around about what happens to people who do this research. I watch the Y-Files quite often. I am a huge fan. Hecklefish is my spirit animal. If you haven't ever checked it out, I did drop the show here in our chat, or did I? Yes, I did. It's that Killer Patterns and Secret Science Volume 1 that's in the chat for the call. In that show, he discusses various people who worked on devices that ultimately became over 0 point energy devices. And not only did they do that, in almost every case, they levitated. So this 0 point energy thing breaks them out of this electromagnetic field we exist in. And every one of those guys disappeared. It's a really intriguing show. Go check it out. There's some people in there that you could then dig into a little deeper about your personal levitation, because they definitely were on that track.
Have you read Brotherhood of the Bell? It's Brotherhood.
Oh
of the
yeah.
Bell.
Oh
Pretty,
dude, I've been a UFO researcher for. That's what got me years ago.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I pretty much figured everybody probably touched on that. That was, to me, that was like okay.
I've never heard of Brotherhood.
Brotherhood of the Bell is like it was an offshoot of Nazi Germany. A bunch of people that were looking at, basically just a way to move themselves across the place, with it's positive. It's positive. In other words, you have net positive energy, right? So in other words, you're not losing any energy, and you're essentially, dare I say, you're using the ether to move about. And they had a couple of devices showed up in Pennsylvania in different places, which is kind of the scary part. It was like they didn't understand it exactly, and they had some of it bad, and they ended up with some of their devices landing in places they didn't think it was supposed to land. And there was one that landed in Pennsylvania, and it all goes back to the research that the Nazis were doing and why they moved to Antarctica. That's just me summing it up in general. I need to go back through and review it again. But anyway, you're just talking about anything that we can see on video on YouTube or anything else. You go through all of those videos, and if you really dig deep enough, like YouTube's not going to show it to you much anymore. But like I remember looking at all of them, and you've got, essentially it started with the Hutchison effect, and it started with Judy, who was like doing the 9/11 stuff. She was talking about like how these things work and what can happen. The Hutchison effect literally can bend iron. And it's not hot, it's cold, by using frequency, right? And they're basically moving things through space. Now, how do you navigate something? Like if you have an iron bell that you want to travel from, say, like New York City to Allentown, Pennsylvania, and you want to get there in, 10, 15 minutes. I don't understand the navigational tech that runs those things, but you could technically get yourself up off the ground and move in a certain direction, vectoring, and get there if you have the ability to they talk about red mercury, and they talk about I don't know any.
No,
I know nothing about chemistry. I know mercury is a bugger, and it's.
Has anybody ever broken a thermometer?
I used to do it as a child on purpose so I could play with it.
On purpose.
And we were allowed to. Absolutely.
Okay, so all right, I didn't do it on purpose one time, but there was this one time that my mom was like, go get the thermometer. I think you have a fever. And I was like, okay. So I went and grabbed it, and I tried to take it out, and I dropped it. It's like a little glass vial, has some mercury in it. By the way, I have never, ever been able to read a fucking mercury thermometer. Never.
It is a skill.
Never. I'm like, how does this even gauge anything?
But how about
anyway,
this?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
So when you break the thermometer, the mercury breaks too, and it breaks into these little beads. And then when you go and try and to like touch the bead, it's almost like a magnet where it like pushes the mercury bead away. So I'm sitting on the tile floor after I broke this, and my mom came upstairs, and I'm like playing with these little beads, and my mom's like, oh my God, don't touch that. What are you doing? She like freaked out. I don't think mercury is that bad. I think
they told us that it was making us crazy from, what was it, Alice in Wonderland? It's like mercury in the hats makes people crazy. You don't want to fucking deal with it.
They told that to us in Alice in Wonderland?
Yeah, well, it was like the whole thing about mercury was like they used to, the story was the mercury is in hats, and then it gets into your skin, like and makes you crazy. Think about it that way, right? But like, have you guys ever checked out red mercury in front of a mirror? Like if you can get a hold of some red mercury, throw it in front of a mirror. It's like it's some sort of supernatural.
I've not seen a single good video.
I'm about to say we pretty much debunked those videos.
They all look.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that, but with the mercury, the mercury is really cool because it's liquid metal.
Because I want to know.
They're getting pretty popular on TikTok. Watch the ones on TikTok. They're like guys doing stuff in the mirror, and then the reflection just doesn't do it exactly the way they did it. It's sort of like that, only they don't do it on purpose, and it's pretty minute, so you got to catch it. But it's just like the camera work. It's just maybe him doing it twice, but you can see.
So what are your thoughts
Pretty
on
clear.
mercury in general? Is it dangerous or not?
Well, actually, before anybody answers that question, I want to know if anybody saw that guy fill a vat, like a big 10-gallon tub with mercury, and then drop an anvil in it, and the anvil
floats in the
Floats?
mercury because the
Oh,
mercury
yeah,
is
absolutely.
dense. Mercury is dense.
metal.
It is the only metal that is in liquid form at room temperature. It is one of 2 substances that are considered liquid crystal. It's mercury and water, and both of them are the most dense in their liquid form. Obviously, actually, liquid and solid, those are both the most dense forms of anything, as far as I know. But
So wait, can mercury freeze?
I don't know what temperature
I'm
it
sure if you
becomes solid.
Yes, it does.
There's
Well, in other words, there's a temperature it goes solid at. I forgot the cold temperature does it. It's at room temperature, is like again in the room and the temperatures that we have at ambient. That it is there, and it definitely goes into solid form at a certain temperature. But the fact that
Negative 37 degrees.
So
Negative 37.
So Cami, if you spin mercury up, whether it's red mercury or just regular mercury, if you
I
spin
don't
it
know
up,
about red mercury.
Red
Okay.
mercury, yeah.
well, I'd just go with regular
Red
mercury.
mercury
If you
is
spin it
when
up,
silver mercury
can
is
it
in
behave?
retrograde.
Can it behave as a magnetic device spun up at a really high speed?
No, it's just when mercury is in retrograde.
No, that's okay.
No. If you
So,
can,
like-
if you can spin it up again, if you can produce a current or a different thing around it, I'm sure you could. Like again, if you rotated it fast enough with most metals, you can induce a current.
And then you have the current, and then what you would have is you would have the current would be against the ether. Am I thinking of this right? In other words, if you're
I
spinning
don't
it up-
know what you're thinking. I don't know what you're.
I'm talking about levitation. That's what I'm interested in, Cami. I'm interested
I have
in
no idea where you're
levitation,
going with
obviously.
this. I'm like thinking abstract things, and I might not even be.
What if you took a north and south magnet and put a drop of mercury in the middle of it?
Here, let me
That
show
wouldn't
you
matter.
something.
I would spin it up. I would spin it up from the
That's what
outside.
happens when you do that.
How do you get it to propel? You have the spinning to be self-propelled.
You would have to have a navigational. You have a navigational tech on that, but I'm just trying to
They
figure out how
have
to get
taken
off
it
the
away
mercury.
from us.
Can you
Like
see
it's
my
not
screen,
thermometers or things
Lowry?
anymore.
Sorry.
This is a mercury arc rectifier that still operates inside of an elevator.
Okay. Can you
That's-
share screen?
I am. If you're not seeing my screen, you're gonna have to turn off that background.
Oh, it's
thing.
coming. It's coming. It's good. All right.
Okay.
So I
Oh,
wanted
can
to
we
see
turn
this.
off that background?
Yeah, that's all you guys. You have a view.
Yeah.
You can change your view and how
We can
you
see it
see
now.
how
We can
you
see
see Skype.
Yeah, this is a mercury arc or rectifier that still operates certain elevators. They were used in a lot of elevators at one point, but there's only a few still that you can obviously
Those are
access.
beautiful.
Isn't it?
That's cool.
That's way cool.
So what's Can you? Do you know how it's working? Can you?
I don't have a clue. I've looked into it a bit. It's kind of one of those things that we've lost the tech, I guess, and
They
nobody really
removed it,
knows,
didn't they?
guess. I couldn't find anything.
We have lost
They're all
so
gone.
much tech.
Yeah.
So this is the shit that I'm interested in.
It's right there. It's not lost. It's right there.
But
That's right there.
go look it up. Go look into it.
Yummy.
It's hard to find anything.
Uh-huh.
I was talking about that
the
earlier.
shit they've slowly. I mean, in my town of we don't get.
I wanted to tell you
There's no
something too, Nicole.
buildings with electric. With lightning rods anywhere here. But on the rectory behind the Catholic Church here, which has all these weird wires running down from their metal chapel made out of brass or copper or whatever the fuck it's made out of, on the rectory behind it are 3 lightning rods. All have these little balls that you can still see the mercury liquid inside. What's that all about?
They used to
Fuck,
be
I
on
don't
all
know.
the buildings, didn't it? And they went through and removed them all. This was all part of it's like a signal clarifier. You can still use them on antennas or rectennas or whatever it is you might be using it. I believe it was used to clarify the signal, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, mercury is the messenger carrier.
Yeah, so, and they also didn't spend a lot of time
So-
teaching us actual I wouldn't even call it chemistry. I would call it alchemy.
Yeah, they don't do that.
They didn't spend any time doing it. They actually reverse educated us on how it works. Look, electron shells and all this stuff, and maybe that's a good way for them to describe it. But the better way for me to describe it really is just show me which works with what. What works with what? Does this work with this? What does this do? When I put this with this, does it make something go like this? Because I'm really mostly interested in getting up and off the ground, and that's for me. Because I'm I'm an ex-space nerd. I like to fly. Whenever I fucking lucid dream, I immediately want to fly. I want to get up off the ground and avoid 2D travel. If we get up off the ground just a little bit, I want to figure out how to do that. And then I want to figure out how to create the navigational tech to go a certain direction. And it's clearly there. And somebody knows how to do it.
That's one of the things they don't want us to do.
Exactly.
Do you know why?
You don't need to have a road to get to your house.
Well, look,
you could live wherever you want.
You don't need gas. You don't need a car.
Yeah, there's so many reasons they will not allow. This is why people get killed and get disappeared when they do this.
In a 15-minute city.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but airships, personal airships, if you think of drunk drivers and then personal airship drunk drivers, it boggles your mind.
Look, the airship was the easier one of me. Now, we just volunteered ourselves up to actual anti-gravity, but the airship was the easier one. But getting up to actual anti-gravity, which they have, we know they have it. Getting up to that's really what I want. Even if it's just the simplest thing, a bicycle that'll fucking float up there and I can navigate it to get up over and to go somewhere else. I'd be happy. I'm easy to please.
Wait, hold on. So we have law on the earth and there's maritime law, but what if there were flying cars? Would we have airy time law?
We do. The first laws for the air were in 1700s. That's what the airship laws first came in the 1700s.
Why is that so funny?
They do have air laws. I mean, we already have FAA and stuff.
We have air laws. Yeah. In New York, if you want to buy a building, you don't have to buy the building. You can buy the air rights on top of the building, and then you can build up. Which I think is fucked up because you're literally just buying fucking air.
Well, just think about that.
A guy in Paris.
Heiress.
Yeah, they gave a guy a ticket in Paris and then made a law about balloon travel over Paris.
The Marquis de Sade.
1883.
Marquis de Sade.
I was reading that earlier.
Think about how bad that traffic is in New York. I don't care where you are. Think how ridiculous that traffic gets to be in New York.
Okay.
You think at 30,000 feet,
you
think
talk
at
about this?
1,500 feet, that's going to be a good idea? You think traffic at 1,500 feet is going to be smart?
It'll take you 2 hours to go a half a mile in New York.
That's crazy.
Do not go across town in between, 12 a.m. and 12 a.m. every day.
Now, what if you're doing it at 1,200 feet? With all that traffic.
Man, that would be so dangerous.
So
oh, my
dangerous.
God.
You think 3-dimensional traffic in New York is going to be smart?
No,
it's ridiculous as 2-dimensional traffic is.
There's puppets at the grocery store, and can you imagine parking at the grocery store with your airship?
People that haven't been to New York City, they park by Braille. I swear to God, it's just how you park when you pull into things. You park until you hit the front car in front of you, as you know, and then you back into the one. And it's how they do it. I've never.
Yeah, that's why we have
it's just
little
how it is.
Bumpers.
They should have special New York City bumpers. It's because again, if you're in New York, it's like normal. But, sorry.
New York is the weirdest place in the world. It literally is. It changes all the time. You can walk down the street and this store was there. It's like the Matrix in motion.
There's is. Always... It's totally safe one year, totally dangerous, and next year on a different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I haven't even been back for a while.
There was just a
it's
shooting
been like that forever.
There was a shooting at the bodega 2 blocks from us, and I'm like, I didn't hear it. It's almost like there's a different plane that's happening when you're here, and it's the weirdest thing because nobody Okay, for instance, my family, I'm from Michigan. I'm from Romeo, Michigan. I graduated from the same high school as Kid Rock. My family is like military militia. I probably shouldn't say that on live stream, so we'll just delete that. So they're always like, oh, do you go to Times Square all the time? I'm like, yes, all the time. Yeah, sure. No, I don't go to Times Square. We don't go to Times Square. I don't even want to get on the subway. I don't want to leave this loft. But everybody thinks it's so expensive, and it is really expensive. But I think there would be a lot more problems if we had floating balloons and people trying to park with them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless they
I'm
open
abusing
Central
myself with the
Park
visuals,
to an
yeah.
anchor place.
Parking in Central Park.
Well, I guess you wouldn't have to park on the street if you had something that was floating. So if you had like some kind of like drop line, like a dumbwaiter or something, you would have to have an assistant in the balloon ship, airship, hot air balloon or whatever. But like you would have to like take something down. So you're just like,
This might work in Canada where people are nice and polite. I don't see this happening in New York City. I don't.
Don't they have
I
the?
mean, I
most people are
can't
not
wrap my
good in
head
New York
around
City,
it.
but I
Maybe-
like to hold doors open, and I like to tell them to fuck off if they don't thank me. Silently.
Okay, no, I get it. Okay, so yeah.
But people, I mean, New York is it's a big, huge metropolis, urban jungle. It's super expensive. And it's very different now than it was not even going to say the word. It's very different. And go ahead, Alex.
Hi. You guys want to talk about how awesome FE is getting right now? It's taking wings, big time.
That's why they want to shut TikTok.
I'm just going to be the reporter. I'm the cheerleader for Flat Earth because I like to play guitar. I don't like, whatever. It's like I understand
Can
physics.
you say that like Dan Rather?
How do you do Dan Rather? Let's see.
Tonight we're reporting on.
Tonight we're reporting on a new phenomenon that's come out with people thinking about the Earth as it's flat.
And
well,
it's
we
true.
certainly don't attribute our belief systems to this, but we are willing to explore this new idea, and we will go out and gaslight them over and over and over again and tell them, well, we're willing to listen to you, but we still know we have a globe reinforcement model that comes in graphic wise before you even start talking. You're like, okay, so like that's why I wouldn't even take like an interview on any sort of like mainstream media. Be like, you guys already fucking gaslighted me before you even started. You had a globe flying through the fucking thing before I even had a chance to talk. So like I didn't even have a chance to talk about it, And so like, but now it's like they're all trapped. They're all trapped in a corner, and we got them. We've got them checkmate all the way through. And I'm going to tell you this, Karen, for you and for Jaron and for Witsit and for everybody else, because I'm just a Flat Earth cheerleader. I'm saying that they're cornered now, and now is when we put on the fucking full court press. And like that's why I was like mad at Jaron. I was like, Jaron, I don't care how tough it is, just take a step back and give yourself another 2 months, 3 months, because like I'm not supposed to talk about this. I'm not sure I should. I'm not gonna say it full out, but Weiss has a trifecta coming up at the end of May, and Karen, you can talk about it if you think it's okay. He said I could talk about it in 2 or 3 days, but he's going to be on 3 major people at the end of May, and so
I don't know anything about this because David doesn't talk to me anymore because I hate mud flood Tartaria bullshit.
I know. I'm trying to bridge you guys together. I don't know how to do that. I'm trying to.
You're my favorite people. Please don't. Oh, don't have.
Hey, you're doing.
Sound like the adult Charlie Brown.
Look. It's look. Here's the thing.
Wait. What, Karen?
Yeah, go ahead, Karen.
Nothing. What? Go ahead.
So basically, like, yeah. I know you have some issues. So I think. Okay.
I don't
have
no.
Karen, let me tell you what I think.
Falling out with Dave. You're 2 of my favorite people.
Yeah, we all love each other, and don't worry about this shit. This is what it is. Jerry got in your Jerry got in your fucking chops, and you got in a big fight with Jerry, and Jerry is.
I didn't get in a fight with Jerry.
Well,
Who's
what
Jerry?
was it that spun you off on? What was it that spun you off on the mud flutters / Tartarian / melted buildings? Just
Well,
get it out. Get it out. Get it on record. Just get it out.
The fact
Well, the
that
melting bricks thing is ridiculous.
the fact that it's dumb and it's easily debunked, and that the guys that they referenced to start this whole thing went and denounced their whole video, like Ewar denounced his whole video series where he talks about mud flood Tartaria, blah blah blah, and he says, you know, I should have done more research. He admits that he just took various content from different creators and put it all into one big series so that he could show it to wanted to show it to his friends in one big series, and he didn't actually do a lot of the research. And then later on, when he went out into the world, he went to some cathedral after he had put that series together, and he was like, and he found a book, and there's a book in the cathedral. I'm getting feedback from somebody, but there's a book in the cathedral that basically outlined the whole building of the cathedral, and it basically, he was like, I went in there and there's this book about this cathedral, and it debunked everything that I was saying about this cathedral. And then from there, he started to look into everything else, and he realized that he was wrong. And people still to this day share his stupid videos like it is as if it is gospel about the true history of our Earth, when the fact is that nobody knows, dude. Nobody.
I am 100% with you.
100% right.
100% with you. And so,
Oh, you're
like,
talking about Ewar?
Yeah.
Sorry.
you guys are warring on. There's a lot of other guys doing this stuff too.
Like, it's 100% truth. They're like, dude, this was that and that was that. Research Tartaria and.
So can I get?
Hold on.
Can-
So the danger, Lowry.
Russia?
Lowry
Go fast.
too. The
There's something
danger
else.
is connecting. You need to understand where you're hearing those things, but her danger and why it's so harmful is we're jumping on this bandwagon as flat earthers. Everybody like trying to even bring the whole group and say we want it all at the same conferences on things that are known to be no more credible. When you have somebody like what did you say his name was, Roger, or that's saying that
Roger,
everything
this mud fossil guy.
Everything is created from bricks that melted into everything or whatever. The bricks came from, I think, in his mind.
That's Jerry. Listen to
Oh,
me.
and all mountains
Okay, but
were.
They call it
Every
pockets of survival.
every single mountain was that, and every single one. In other words, you're representing flat earthers. Even anybody looking into flat earth doing the things, you're representing it. It's good to be curious in that, but it's with a curious mind that we're taking to the earth like it's silly that it's a spinning ball, and it's, in other words, we want to have a little bit of credibility. And when we put out that everybody is going to people that are selling fair porn and selling something that's so easily looked at and said that, like, what did they say? I was watching some, and the bricks were somehow popcorning into boulders of granite selectively while melting. I mean, they're doing things that can't happen in physics and make no sense, and then coming up with using some of the terms we are to come across on how it does happen. So it's like a weird thing to put into the Flat Earth Conference and represent it, that and feel good about it. In other words, it's entertainment, but it's.
Why martyr us for being curious about something that
I'm
is supposed to be truth?
Well, it's okay to live in the gray on some of these
It's okay to be
topics.
curious.
It's not always
curious and
is that
like we
people
have like
believing stuff that has no bearing in reality. It just doesn't make sense, and it is easily dismantled.
And they're putting like terms to it that have reality terms.
So what do you, Karen? This is a question for you. And again, I like to play guitar, man. I'm just like that guy. But like the digging out Kansas City, which I'm from Kansas City, so I went down that rabbit hole. I was like, okay, if I'm gonna go down the mud flood idea down in Kansas City, I know that town. I know the streets. I know where the streets meet. And I'm looking at buildings that are buried in mud that look like they've been dug out. And I'm looking at buildings that are surrounded by dirt roads as opposed to a cement road, which I think you would probably build a rock road or a cement road up to something you're going to build something of such stature. Here's where I am at a place where I'm like, I don't understand why it looks like that thing was already there. And I'm not saying like I'm of the water solution. Like after going to the American Southwest, it looks like water at scale did massive damage in the American Southwest. And it looks like it happened in Kansas City, my hometown. So like, what do we do and how do you address that moving forward in the parlance of Tartaria or melted buildings? What's your way of addressing that? Like, how do we move forward?
How do you argue with stupid?
Well, you can't argue with Jerry. Jerry's got some things. You can't argue with like other people, but you got to
talk for Karen on this one.
Like, I'm just looking at Kansas City. Like right now, I look up what's the elevation of Kansas City. Kansas City is right there by a big river.
It's short of a mile.
And it's not even 1,000 feet. So and there's lots of highland around the country surrounding Kansas. So heavy rains, deforestation, terraforming, washing dirt downstream, floods,
construction. We do taking down forests. All those
so
things.
What do you think
Watching
about
the river doing it? So some of it is there's
a river. There's a river right there. There's a river. There's a river there, and there are definite pictures, and I've looked at them. From that town. I've looked at them. It looks like there's a flood, and it looks like there's mud, and like what they just build a building into the mud, and then just like
they build a building, and then it flooded, and then they realized that they were like, well, this is a floodplain. Let's just build on top of it so we don't get flooded again.
How do you explain the fact that there were dirt piles up all the way up to like 3 stories? That's the one that I'm trying to figure out. There was literally like they're digging. It looks like they're digging out a building. Yes, there was a flood, but like a flood like up 2 or 3 stories. There's plenty of pictures out there. You can find them there. But it's like what happened there? Like I've not in the whole time.
We moved earth with construction and things like that too. Let me like. Did we bury it for some reason? Or, I mean, we move a lot of stuff around. There have been a lot of disasters. There's been tornadoes. There's been different things. Another thing that people go to all the time and photograph is that when a lot of the stuff that was built before electricity, the older buildings before electricity, they would build their bottom story half in and half out in a way to think of your living quarters and then have a basement underneath it and that. Or having your basement windows doing it because you needed to get lighting down into it. You did climate controls. And I'm even looking at some of the old structures of the buildings that we've lost. One of our technologies that we're not doing anymore is if you see those towers that look like they have like gun slots in the top of towers by people's houses, that was natural air conditioning to bring down drafting through there. You could actually make ice and keep refrigeration by running a vent going into your house and up, and the same using courtyards and things that we don't use anymore.
My aunt, I've got family members that built into the ground. They actually did build into the ground, and I've seen that before. I'm not denying that.
It's when they call anything everything is where you always seem to run into problems. Whenever they say all mountains are melted bricks, all forests are this all, and that's not how in reality, that's not how anything works. Some mountains are this, some mountains are that, it's not an all or nothing. And these people,
of course,
run it on retardation and like create new realities. And when you watch your friends and everybody get sucked into things like, yes, the brick popcorned into this type of granite here because this planet struck it. And when it popcorned into this boulder of granite, it didn't even dislodge any of the other bricks around them. They just metamorphosed. And again, you look at things and it's like, what problem do you have with the spinning ball Earth? In other words, it's like, am I crazy? What is the link missing?
Oh, okay. So like
some of this stuff.
It's not like the spinning. It's not the spinning ball thing. It's hold on a second.
I think ruins are fabulous. There's been so many ruins.
Ruins are amazing.
Can I drag an image into the internal chat on Skype? Is that possible to do that?
You can share a screen if you'd like, even.
I'm not good at Skype, but I can try. Let's see.
Audio still in?
No, it's got to be on this one. It's got to be on this machine. I'm operating like 3 machines.
Nope,
so,
it's bad.
No, it's got to be on this one. It's got to be on this one. So like if I go, let's see. Sorry guys, this is just like one of those things where I haven't done Skype. So if I do this,
you don't have to talk when you're trying to figure.
I know. I'm just talking my way through it. All right. So if I share that, So let's see. Share screen. Hold on. Share screen. Okay, here we go.
Anyway, Cami, where do you live?
She's in the Carolinas.
I'm in the Carolinas. I'm right by Sarah and Karen and
Okay, so
Zach.
do you
Can
guys
I,
have
can
mud-
I say something real quick?
Mud season?
Uh-huh. Say that again, Nicole.
You guys have mud season?
Yeah, we have mud season too. I have a river in my backyard that since I've moved here 3 years ago has changed paths dramatically. Has created different islands and that. I can't believe how much change has happened in just the 3 years I've been here.
Okay.
It's remarkable.
I love the Carolinas. I think that place is magical.
And I think if you're going to bring up ruins or things on tops of mountains or any of these things, I think all of them are fascinating. I think there's so many real pictures in the stories, and we've been building, and each one is going to have its own story to tell. And I think we should look at them.
Yeah,
And
I
look
just
at each
shared.
one individually, like, and see what is the history of each one of them. Because the whole thing is I don't think any of the history is all of the histories. I think again we have very wonderful things going on in different conditions, causing different things.
Like it's all unique to
Mhm.
each of our own. So
Right, like calcification
our
running
reality-
under.
Yes.
Hey, can I chime in real quick?
I just shared a screen
No.
too, just on that topic. On that topic. So I don't know who
seen, but I
approved.
do know that like calcification running over buildings, nothing looks more like melting than that happening. If you have like a lot of calcium in the water and it dripping over things, it creates like a melted look coming through there.
Hey, Cam,
You
Cam.
can see things that look like melted waterfalls. I'm trying to find where the thing is. I'm going to bring it up on my phone. You say it's in the Skype chat?
I just shared the screen. This is from Kansas City, and this would be a really super fun one to kind of play with because this is one of my favorite ones ever, and it's super interesting. It's nonsensical. It's strange. It's weird. Yes, downtown Kansas City is close to the Missouri River, not the Mississippi. The Mississippi drains into the Missouri drains into the
That's
Mississippi.
two different pictures.
No, this is.
I'm going to have to get a bigger screen. Hold on.
One photo, and that's the other, and double exposed and mashed together.
This is keep it up a minute while I bring another one.
Yeah,
Missouri is a huge river too.
Yeah. So like I'm just analyzing this from a very reasonable person looking at it just for what it looks like.
But didn't they dam the Missouri River?
No, there's a long running story in Kansas City, and they actually have a museum for one of the river ships that got sunk in a big flood, and they drew it up out of the mud and put it in a museum at the River Market in Kansas City. Now
How does a river ship sink in the flood?
Well, that's the question.
Isn't a ship supposed to float?
But I'm more interested to see when you guys look at this picture, what do you think about it? Because this is in formerly downtown Kansas City, but actually the downtown Kansas City is up on a hill. So like for this kind of mud or this kind of flood action, it must have been a pretty damn big flood. And again, this is I think the intersection is, and I'm going to look at it.
Like a flood.
Well, because look at this first. You have mud.
Says
up.
from 3rd Street, 2nd, 3rd Street.
3rd and 2nd Street, and that's in downtown Kansas City. That's up on a hill. The river is quite a ways down from there. So this is see this right here. I'm using my arrow.
It is interesting.
This is the mud. This is where the mud settled right here. Are you seeing my arrow on that? Is that working for?
Yeah, we are.
Right up
okay.
here it says drugs.
So, all right. So like this is where the ultimate settlement happened. You've got this here down to here. This looks like settlement mud. It looks like this was cleared out here. Now look at this one right here. If you can see my arrow on my mouse, this is coming up to, this got to be at least 3rd floor, 4th floor here. It looks like you've got some plants coming out of here, or is this just mud? Is this mud? This kind of thing? And then you've got the whole street is just destroyed. It's just covered in dirt, but it looks like it's been dug out. In other words, this part here, in order for that kind of flood to happen in Kansas City, it would have been water at scale that no one's ever seen.
So then where's the water?
Well, the water
Does it
receded.
have a date on this anywhere?
This would have there is, if you want to find the watermark.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like mud. It looks like
I'm seeing it from 1860s, but here's the thing, because it's weird because the buildings look like they're like new.
So clean.
So
they do look.
It was, they
Did they dig
prioritized
stuff out?
scrubbing
They
the
dig stuff
outside.
out and then build as they were digging out.
If this was 1860s, the exposure on a 8x10 camera would be at least 20 seconds to
Well, you're asking them to believe that
To
there's
emulsify.
technology that
No.
existed back then. We don't know. We don't know what existed back then.
photography existed back then clearly.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like,
So,
it wouldn't be the same tech
mercury-
as what we have now.
Mercury is the key element that you have to use
So, like down
for
here,
photos.
this is free and clear.
to refract
down here.
light through
This one right
lens
here
to
is
capture
really,
something.
yeah, okay, yeah. But this
All right?
this one right here is.
Now, you have detail in all of the dirt and all of this dirt. You have track marks.
Are you saying it's fake?
there.
Is that what you're saying? This,
Yes.
like, you think this is fake?
Yes.
Okay.
You
Well, I mean,
you
I'm not
even
opposed
have-
to it if you
even
think it's
have
fake.
Trees. You even have trees that are refracted and reflected in light.
I don't know about
Mud
that.
flood-
I don't know about
mud
that.
flood might be one thing, but I would think that.
What do you make
some
of this?
kind
Can you guys see my arrow?
Some kind of
Can you-
bomb or fire.
Can you
went
see my
through
arrow?
here. It
You
wasn't
guys?
water.
Can you
Yeah.
guys see my arrow? Okay, so
There's
this.
a guy leaning out of this.
Yeah, he's
window
this is
up
a dude
here.
up here.
So if you were exposing for 20 seconds, standing right here where your point of view is,
Mhm.
do you think these people down here, do you think they would be there?
So your
They
position is
wouldn't.
this is fake.
Yes.
My
Okay,
thing on it,
okay,
she
so
going
Nicole-
with the shadows.
Nicole's
I have a
position-
question for you too.
Nicole's
I have a
position
question
is
for
fake.
you.
We're clear on that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. My thing is if it really was that they unburied the whole building from it, why isn't that light brick and that stained and the other bricks going across? Why is there no water markings or damp? In other words, if it was buried underneath it, it would definitely, with the clay and the dirt, the brick would absorb coloration, much
Yeah.
like you see canyon
Unless
walls.
it was, what if it was quick?
brick
What if it
of-
was a quick
no,
a quick action?
Maybe a quick slide
No.
that landed right across it, but it's not like burying out the front of it. It would be, again, maybe clearing off a landslide nearby, or maybe they jumbled something else, construction,
frequency.
something collapsed.
It's not about
But to have, like-
mud. It's
Can I-
about
So
said
are we
it, like,
approaching
buried
the
out
position
South
that
Louisiana.
that it's fake? Are we approaching?
Can I
approaching
say
the position that it's
something?
fake?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I want
yeah,
to have
go ahead.
Karen.
Yeah, go ahead, Rico.
I have a brick house. On my brick house, I'm surrounded by red dirt. The red dirt splashes up and gets on my bricks. I took a power washer and tried to power wash that shit off my bricks. It would not come off. The only way for me to get that stuff off my bricks is for me to use muriatic acid on my bricks and then power wash it. So those
You can still
buildings
tell.
do not have anything on them. They look clean to me. So
It's
They
two
weren't
images
buried.
put together.
So
These
it's
are
fake.
8x10
So,
negatives.
so
that
living
are
in South Louisiana.
Your intuitive girls all see the problems with it in different
So we're
areas of
so what we're
photography
what we're
So
entertaining now
living in
is that
South Louisiana,
it's all fake.
flooding
These are
happens
larger.
regularly
These are
during
larger. They do-
hurricanes,
I don't
and it
think it's flooding.
covers buildings. Completely
Everything's
covers
not fake,
buildings.
but that
Third
picture has
floor,
got
fourth
things,
floor.
yeah.
It
Flooding
happens.
sure
So
happens. But it leaves marks, and it happens, and it leaves marks, yeah.
The one
Get
time,
this:
one
in
time.
Kansas City, 1860, the population
Different
was
dirt, different mud.
4,400 people.
Right. So did they inherit it, or is it just all fake? That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. Is this just a fake picture?
Right.
I think
Hear
so.
me out.
Is that what it is?
Hear me out. Hear me out for 2 seconds. Do you see in the
Right?
building in the background? Do you see on
Down here?
the edge? Do you see that? That is very reminiscent of the dirt, right? This
Wait,
is
which part?
two
Which part? This part?
images-
This part?
This part. This
Okay.
part right here.
That-
You're
that's
saying there's like Photoshoppery
this.
going on there?
so there was just
Yes,
loads of mud
this
here.
is pre-Photoshop. This is two negatives smashed together.
So this is all fake. Is that our position right now? I'm cool with whatever.
No.
I'm just
Can I
trying to
show
figure
you
out.
why she's right?
like-
Look
I'm
at the
saying
mud.
that
Can
Look
I?
at look at the
these
mud on the
photos
left-hand side. Look at the
bring it
light
together.
reflecting off of it.
This mud right
Create
here?
a fake
Yes.
Okay,
thing in
Nicole.
your brain.
Okay, I got
Hey,
you.
you know
I got
what?
Here. This mud right here. That you're saying this
Yep.
mud right here.
all
is fake?
along that outside edge.
No,
You
I'm
see how
not
the
saying
sunlight
that the
is
mud is
reflecting
Not
off
you,
of
not
it.
you, him in my ears. Get your ears back on. This right here.
Yep, all along
This
that.
is, you're saying this is fake.
Look at that down
It,
edge.
it doesn't look like a real photo. I got to agree with Nicole. That does not look
Okay.
like a
The
photo.
sun is clearly beating down on that outside edge, right all along
Right in
there.
here?
Yes, right.
Like right in
Thank
here.
you.
Yep, all the way down,
Extreme-
all the way down to the
You
road,
got
Hey,
sun
Sun
hitting
is
this.
wrong.
all
got
the
sun
way
hitting
down to the
I'm
road.
saying it to my microphone wasn't
Yeah.
there. Keep going.
Right.
two different
Right.
angles.
The angle of the sun is wrong.
Yep.
Okay, so this is
So the sun is shining on the excavation.
You can see all
of the
this.
buildings. The
No, look
mud
at-
and the mountains. Those. That's
way
a
too many
different
people here.
photo.
Okay, so look out here
So
look out in the
buildings are
distance. What
one
are we?
photo, and the mud is a different photo.
Okay. All right. So like something's getting reflected here. So the sun angle is coming from this way, right? Can we all agree that it's
Not
coming
right.
it's coming down to hit this building and making light
then
here.
why is the sun hitting? This is the fucking moon photo.
There's not enough information here for me to actually figure this, because you have sun coming in this little spot here, but there's a building here. The angle is coming down to
burning and dodging.
Hey, hey, listen, we can go on about this forever, but
sorry,
I
we
would
can
like to
skip it. We can skip it. That's it.
I would like
I can stop sharing.
Can I get a word in edgewise here?
Sure. Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. No, I think with a lot of these topics, there's like a solid, like gray area. Like I think that's the problem. Everyone thinks everything is black and white, and being a guy that's legitimately colorblind, not just red-green colorblind, there's a lot of gray, and I think people get lost in like this is correct and that's correct. There might be some truth to this, and there might be some lies to this. Like I think that's a big problem. Say again?
That was metaphorical. That was totally metaphorical.
That's actually not metaphorical. What you're saying is actually truth. So there is a gradient. So there's this thing. Does anybody, you know what a 4x5 is? A 4x5 camera. So 4 millimeters by 5 millimeter negative.
Sure.
Tilts and bellows. The hood that you put over your head. Ansel Adams is a photographer who created the zone system.
Okay.
So the zone system is gradient. So middle gray is 50% gray, which is 50% white mixed with 50% black, creates middle gray.
Oh, I'm not that clever. Like,
well,
thank you, but no.
It doesn't matter about clever, but what you're talking about, I think being quote unquote colorblind is actually a superpower, because you can see through the gradient. And I think that is really important for everybody.
I picked on every day at work because I can't see color. Literally every day.
Fucking bullies.
Well, no.
Why do people pick on you for that? That's so
I don't want to go into that right now. That's not what I.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm saying sometimes there's a gray area on some conspiracies, and people think it has to be one extreme or the other. Sometimes there may be
in their place. Sorry. Anyway.
It's okay. I wish I could drink wine. You're drinking wine.
You're drinking whiskey.
Oh my God! I hate you even more right now. Me and my liver are not on speaking terms right now. I'll just say that.
You and your whiskey?
Me and my liver are not on speaking terms.
Oh,
someone else take over. I'm sorry I chimed in now.
No. I'm not drinking whiskey, and I am going to heal your liver now. So anyway, what were you saying?
My point is, like, some of these conspiracies that people are like, that shit's wrong, this shit's right. Sometimes there's like there's a medium. Like, maybe some cities did have a flood. And if you Google, like, the Great Fire of, and don't put in
Boston,
the city.
Detroit.
No, don't put in the city. Every city had one.
Every city.
But at the same time, people didn't know how to build things correctly, and fire departments weren't made well, and they were lighting candles, so it would make sense too. Like, there's always like
electricity, and they were using oil lamps, and cities were crowded.
Mercury vapor.
They didn't have
yes, Karen, exactly. So like both things, there's gray.
I don't think I think people just want to believe they want that dopamine hit. They want
to be in the limelight.
And yeah. I know.
Yeah. I do too. Sometimes.
What happened.
You know where that came from? The limelight?
I know that's true because sometimes I want to be right about things, and I've been wrong.
But definitely being in the limelight is not. It's not about being right about something. There's a very specific historical.
No. I mean, what she means by dopamine hit, like you want this thing that you thought was so correct, and then all these dots connected, and so you want it so bad that's where confirmation bias kicks in, and you get lost.
the
in the wash.
limelight, though.
You know what's
Did
fun
they-
about
wait,
that
wait,
is like
stop.
not wanting to be in the limelight is like is the greatest thing you can ever do.
Clearly, Alex wants to be in the limelight. But I want to tell you.
I'm just being a
that-
drummer, so I want to be right about so much shit, but I'm just not.
Can you do a drum roll before I tell you what the fuck the limelight is about?
It's ugly.
He's got to do it from backstage.
It's ugly.
All right, so they used to have picture shows when they had glass negatives, camera obscura. So people in New York would go to the theater and they would look at a picture show of what it was like to live in San Francisco. The presenter would come on stage and they would announce, and because they didn't have electricity back then, they used
did.
mercury vapor, and mercury vapor casts green, and that's where in the limelight comes from.
How about that gravy?
Not to get even further off topic, but you know where slapstick comes from? Slapstick comedy?
No.
They had this thing that was like a paddle with a rubber band with a thing that would snap, and when they would punch the screen, someone behind the stage would make the noise.
That's when they knew their cue.
By the way, I'm really good at leading everyone way off course. Karen,
They'll lead us off course too into things. When you guys
Is
were
that like the
talking
clap
about
track? Is that the clap track? Is like the origination of the clap track? Probably was, right?
Maybe, I'm not sure. I wonder where break a leg comes from. Some poor fucker will break his leg.
when we're talking about
Sorry about the
cities
effort,
and
Amy.
Oops,
Yeah,
oh,
well,
no, that was yeah.
Yeah, Cami, it's like we have to go. Are we in the position of all these pictures being fake? If so, like everything's fake. So then we have to
look at
backtrack
each one. We have to look at everything individually. That's what I mean. It's when you get into the all or look at the thing, look at that picture, then go to the history, find other pictures around, taking the time. I mean, you just have to dig a little deeper. You have to do a little bit more work and be less superficial about it. But as far as buildings and the mistakes we've made in the past and the fires and the floods, and yes, we've had tons of local fires and floods and things like that. We've had floods here at the house even. Again, it happens on a regular basis. Tennessee's getting them big.
Which is where I am.
Which is where you are. Now, where was I going with this thought? Because it was someplace to get on it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But no, I know. But we talk about in the past the way we engineered things, but we act like we're still not constantly doing it on an ongoing basis, and we think that we're so much smarter now. And you'll find in every generation and things, a lot of the roads we're looking at have been standing for hundreds of years. We're talking about a generation now that what do? Well, we build things as high as we can, and we put glass on the outside of it. And then we have look at what's going on in Houston now with the broken windows and this. Our stuff that we have now and the designs of like sheets of glass falling and come, we have really stupid engineering that is these buildings all age and they're getting to that point right now.
And they're not pretty anymore either.
They're not pretty anymore, and again, they're a danger. They're a menace. You have sheets of glass that no longer have structural integrity.
I didn't know that.
So hold on. Cami, speaking to that, I was living on Billionaire Row. I was on 58th and.
Oh, you know about this.
Oh yeah.
We'll just pop out and get the things up there. Yeah, we are so stupid. We are. So keep going.
It was winter.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked downstairs. And the whole Central Park to 55th and then 5th Avenue to there was a whole radius that was blocked off because they built that gigantic tower on Central Park and 59th. And on the mailbox, I have a photo of this sign that was posted on the it was 8.5 by 11 piece of paper that was literally sellotaped to the mailbox, the blue mailbox. And it said, "Heads up, falling ice above."
Uh-huh.
And I was like, what? Apparently, it was falling ice, but the cops actually told me it was falling glass.
Yeah, they're having problems in those buildings. They're having them in a lot of buildings. They had problems in
lot.
Chicago. And right
Mhm.
now, what just
Yes.
happened, I want people to watch the news. I can tell some stories. I've done research on the glass buildings, but what was interesting is Houston got hit with over 100-mile-per-hour winds downtown last night.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
look at their
That's
downtown
crazy.
photos,
Yeah.
they have broken glass in all of these skyscrapers, and they're asking people, they're not telling people, they're not evacuating the city. They're asking people please not to try to drive downtown because the debris on the ground and everything is dangerous and there's live wires. Nobody seems to be grasping the fact that they have hundreds of broken windows in skyscrapers. And
Yeah.
hundreds of feet that, again, when they explode, the quarter-inch glass, they explode the whole streetwise. It doesn't have to be right under the building. Those fuckers explode.
Yeah.
And they're how many stories? 100 stories up. I mean, in the skyscrapers, it's like they're sitting here with the mayor there with his shiny bald head, and it's like, how do you expect these people to come in and do safety and work around if they do tools around all these windows that you have broken glass halfway in, halfway out, and look at it, they're half shattered in and broken. You don't want any winds or vibration, and they're all like shining. Well, we don't want to shut down the city, and we've told people we've told the employees only to have necessary personnel, and you can still go to the Astro game. Just try not to go into the downtown. It's like, oh, you're a fucking idiot. It's not the debris on the ground. Skyscrapers are a whole different ball game with sheets of glass up high.
Oh yeah, that shit'll kill you.
That shit'll kill you. Look at Houston and them saying, "Oh, we're asking people cordially to like try not to come downtown and let the workers." And I'm sure the workers are all like, "Cordon the fuck," you know.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Cami, like I want to close up shop on the picture stuff and everything.
Mhm.
I was looking up just like parlance noun, and I went into thesaurus just to like get this so that we have a position to like talk to some of these congruent things that are happening with the flat Earth, right? Parlance, it's a terminology, idiom, dialect, slang, vernacular language, colloquialism, vocabulary, colloquial, vernacularism, jargon, argot, pidgin.
wait,
I've never heard of it. No, I'm not. Let me finish my thought before I get this out, because this will set it up. So, like, how do
We're
we?
on a thesaurus. I didn't even know that you got on a thesaurus.
Yeah.
So,
So,
can
like-
you tell everybody else.
So yeah, I'm on a thesaurus here, and basically, how do you approach, and like, how should we approach? And when we're talking about like either studying fake pictures that aren't even real, I mean, we're talking about actually judging our own reality back 5 minutes ago, much less the old pictures that we assume are real, right? We
But
assume
why
these
are
are
you
real.
judging your reality?
No, I'm just saying, like, how do we move forward in a parlance that says,
judging.
no, I'm not judging. I'm just assuming that, okay, this
Stop
picture
assuming.
is, okay, so the picture is not real.
A picture.
It's a picture. So is it real or not? And we're talking about the
To
age.
you, it might be.
Yes, but in the age of AI, we're looking at things that could have been faked, right? So like we have to really design a language on how we come at this and be like, okay, firstly, we need to figure out if it's real. I mean, for anything else, because there's so much fake shit out there. We can't even make a no.
Come on.
Well, so
don't
are you
have to
saying this?
figure out.
Are you saying
No,
this
no,
is real or
stop,
not? No,
stop.
no. I haven't finished
Yeah,
yet.
I am. I'm
What
gonna
is it?
say,
Is it
it's
real or not?
intuition.
Okay.
It's a real
So we're not-
composition.
we're not
It's more
talking
than
about
one
intuition.
picture, so it's not one solid.
It's not
photo,
one
except
stop.
It's
It's
two
not one
put
stop.
together.
What I'm saying,
No.
what is our
Just because
parlance?
it's not real to you,
I haven't
it
even
might
finished
be
my.
real to
I haven't finished my
somebody else.
topic yet.
Okay, who wants to talk, Philo?
Can I finish?
No, I know where he's going. He's going good with it, but it's not an easy answer, Alex. It's not. You're
There's
going
not
in
an
a
easy
very good
answer
vein.
because we don't know if
There's
we're looking
nothing-
at it.
You
as
have
real.
to stop and look. Well, the whole thing is we have to quit on the dope hits for hitting and offer something solution. There are really mysterious ruins that we have to learn a whole lot more about each one individually. But when we go down fantasy lanes where they're not, in other words, we have. There's no cheating. I'm looking at maps, and one of the things I'm looking at maps is on a lot of the old maps. They're not made with like the compass roses in the languages and in the style. In other words, you're looking for the devil is in the details. So when you're looking for corruption, you have to go into the like devil of the details and do it on some of the deep research. And it's not an easy answer. And as the AI gets better, they get better with the details. So it's going to get harder and harder and harder. But you have to employ some common sense and say, with some of the people, you have to say what they're selling. Are they selling reality, or are they selling doom, or what are they selling and why? And if they're selling it, is the world going to end at 2040? Because I've come up with a definite track among people right now that like 5 or 6 or 8 at least different people that are the followers that are on a like doomsday 2040 track, and right there it's almost a what are you trying to sell? Because that that right there seems, I've looked at different reasons for going into it, but that seems very far-fetched to me, extremely far-fetched. I watch people sell conspiracies. To me, these are channel people getting views and entertaining you. Are they entertaining you, or are they searching for the truth, or are they just crazy people that are Section 8 stuck on YouTube and putting out? Because you're going to get everything. You have to use discernment. You have to critically think when you're looking at things and not just accept what anybody tells you. Even if you trust them. Let's say you trust me and you think I'm good and I'm not lying. That's all true, but I can make mistakes. I'm human. I could have a memory. So it's like, even with what I'm saying, double check for yourself, or if it doesn't make sense, do it. It's not even insulting, but people here want to be fed what the answers are, an entertainment thing, and whoever puts out the best entertainment here is winning, instead of who's doing, again, critically thinking. And that. So a lot of it is stop, look, think. And stop looking,
so
looking at that picture,
place?
looking at it with Nicole. She could have said, looking at it, Nicole, she could have said, and she did say, the shadows are not matching up. I see this from a photographer's eye. She's going to have a good critical eye from it. Looking at it from, again, the first thing that jumped out with me is I'm around stone and bricks and rocks and things like that a lot, and nature and garden, and my hands are in the dirt there. And I like how I've seen rock weathered in that. To have something half buried in dirt, unbury it, and have no water or dirt marking, weathering differential between the things is not reality. In other words, you see enough in reality when you have a flood. You have a flood at your house. Even now, you go to you're somewhere where you have a flood and you have the water damage. You see the water damage and shit on your walls. It's not easy to restore. This is showing rough up against it, and the front of the building is pristine where the dirt is touching it, pristine up against it. So those are details.
Right.
And Karen again noticed that right away, thinking I have a house, I know what it's like to go in there. So a lot of the stuff is
So can I present a discernment question? Because I agree with you on all this stuff. A discernment question on the picture. Yeah, but it's just let me ask.
Because I have something to say to that, and what I think that you're saying is truly right. And the reason why I think that is truly right is because everybody believes all of these things that might not matter to anybody else. But in the meantime, who are we to judge what matters to anybody else?
I'm not judging at all, and they're allowed to do this, and people can do it for entertainment. Exactly. But to me, it's okay. To me, it's like, and I'm guilty. I'll sometimes go and watch a Star Trek episode with the new things and things like that. I entertain myself, right? But I'm not selling Star Trek, or I'm not saying that this movie and this fantasy is real and truth, and selling it under the guise of truth. These things are marketed under the guise of entertainment, and I think that you should be able to believe what you want in entertainment. You should believe, like in Star Trek or that, but to sell something without research, just on fair porn and making up shit that can't happen in reality and in real physics, that you can't reproduce, that you can't make happen in reality, and that anybody with any knowledge of the practical physics, not theoretical physics, not theoretical at all, but actual practical physics on.
You can't make this shit up.
Right. So,
again, you as a photographer, if you do a whole bunch of concave lenses together, that you're going to get a very distorted thing. You can't make that shit up. You can't get away from it if you don't stack things correctly. You would be able to determine that. So somebody said, I took this picture and I only used this setup of lenses. You would say, that's not possible in reality. If you demonstrate what you're talking about in reality, and you can, if you can demonstrate what you can do in reality, it doesn't work the way that you're saying it. It doesn't make shit. The dots don't connect.
Or the person who's viewing it might not see it in the same way.
And if they don't, see it in the same way, but again, take your expertise to it, or take something critical to it.
So can I have the talk? Can I have the talk pillow for just a minute? And I'm done with this
Yeah,
already.
I'm going to shut up too.
What I'm saying is.
What if I said no?
Well, that's just okay. We can do this. Anyway, I'm looking at this. I'm going through my discernment procedure on this photo. I'm not even saying this photo is true or not. It might be complete bullshit. When you have exposure on this camera at that, you can't see any staining because the exposure is not going to show the staining at that length where the shot is taken. There's a couple of different things. We don't know how long it was since that thing was dug out. We don't know how long that happened. This is just me working through discernment. They might have been working on taking this building out of the dirt for 30 years before this shot was taken. So I go through the whole time length of when this happened. And plus, it looks like the dude, whoever shot the shot, if it's real, shot it from up on the dirt that's up at third or fourth level looking down there. And in black and white at this technology level, we're told that I get a chance to finish. Let me finish. I haven't finished my point. What you have is you're looking at a building, and you don't have enough.
You have the beginning and the end right there.
I don't get to finish my point apparently. So apparently you've got somebody. If this is a real photo, you're looking at a building.
It's two photos.
Just let me finish, and then you can respond. So we're looking at this building. And you're basically you see white on the building next to the dirt pile. Okay, so we're not going to see. Do I get to talk or not? Okay, so I'm looking at this building, and if there's stains on that building, I'm not sure it would show up in this shot because this is apparently 1800s black and white photography. We don't know. It looks like it's about a block away, right? I'm not saying it's not fake. It might be fake. I'm not defending mud floods or anything. I'm just looking at it as an observer. There's no way we would know that it's stained. Do I get to finish? Do I get to finish?
It was the same. It was the same photo taken at the same.
Were you there?
No, but
well, then just let me finish. Let me finish my point.
Why are you getting angry?
It's stained. If it's stained, we wouldn't be able to see it. Okay. So if
yes, you would.
How really?
Have you?
I think you would, unless you whitewashed or something over it and did a coating over it. If that was the natural brick on it, there would be a demarcation, a watermark line that, like again, until you painted the inside of your house.
What if the picture was taken 30 years after the flood?
What if I?
And they scrubbed it. Then why is the dirt all up against around and and then why are the streets still muddy and everything from it? It looks
I know. I don't know. How long would it take to dig
in other words,
out? I don't know. How long would it take something to dig somebody out?
And I don't think on the 30 years, I still think you'd see remnants of it from being buried. I still think that you'd see it unless you painted over the top or you'd have to work for it.
They took.
And why not on the side where it's still touching?
They took two negatives.
Yeah, I know they did. I know that's how they got it together. Yeah.
And then put them into an enlarger, and then.
Did they just paint?
They
paint dirt on it. They just painted dirt on it.
And on that note, we have a brand new show coming out.
Over each other. The first photo is the dirt. That's the excavation.
So this is fake. That's fake. That's just fake.
It's a composite, is what she's saying. It's a composite of two pads.
Exactly. Thank you,
so
Cami.
She's not going to be able to accept you saying fake, meaning that you're saying it's fake. It's presented fraudulently, yes, but in her mind, you're taking two actual images.
I just take the shortcut.
It's not fake, so you can't. I actually get when you're in. When you're in. Okay, this is important. When you're in a trade like she is, and like I am, what you're saying and the words that you say, they matter in application business-wise. Fake versus simulated versus that. They'll have certain meanings that she's going to have a hard time getting over because of it's not fake to her. It's composite. It's more than one picture put together, which is different than creating something.
So this is past and present put together on two negatives in an enlarger, and then it created another photo.
So it's fake.
That's the
Sorry, I didn't mean to use fake again. Sorry, that was just like that's my parlance.
Yeah. If you want to say fake, it would maybe be like a really early version of Photoshop.
Okay. I'm not denying
it's not fake, but there's two real photos that were
it's a different technique, like a double and a trick. It's something different.
Time and matter.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, we're done with the mud flood. I think I know your position.
We're not, because I'm going to say one more thing.
What else do you
see
about
this fucking photo?
Okay, let's draw it up. I want to make it big.
All of this dirt
This dirt is actually behind those buildings.
Okay.
Do you understand? Like, there.
What about this dirt
is
down here?
dirt.
What about this dirt in the
This
street?
is dirt.
Is this all?
That's dirt.
That's dirt.
This is.
But this is real
Okay,
dirt, and that's
imagine
not
a
dirt.
construction site.
Yeah. So
Okay,
this is
imagine
fake
a
dirt here.
construction site. Imagine a construction. You're standing overlooking a construction site. You take a photo. 6 months later, when the buildings are built,
Mhm.
you take that same photo. Then you take that negative and that negative,
Just mash them together?
and make them one photo.
Is this fake down here? I'm just asking. I'm not fighting you. I'm just asking.
I don't care if it's fake or not.
Well,
I'm
I
trying
do. I want to find out. Is this fake down here too?
Is it fake to you? Does it matter?
I don't know. I'm trying to find out. So like they got a little pipe down here too. Anyway,
Wait,
sorry,
why
we didn't
does
need to
it
go down this
matter
rabbit
if
hole.
You're trying to find out.
We
If
just
you're
went down a
always
rabbit
trying
hole.
to find out, then it will never matter. You're going to be on a constant search of fucking trying to figure out
I'm always
if
on the
anything
search.
matters.
I'm always on the search, but it's probably fake. Okay, I'm not opposed to that. I'm just trying to analyze the photo.
What the fuck is in the street?
There's pipes and there's dudes walking around, and it looks like there's mud
All right.
like up to the
If
second
this
floor.
photo
Anyway,
was taken in 1866, those people would not be there because they didn't have the capability of flash or exposure to capture in emulsion at that time.
so all old photography is fake.
You
Is that what
remember
we're doing?
All right, have you ever heard
I
of
don't know.
the
Is that what we're
pull
doing?
Pull up the shoe shine boy. The shoe shine boy. The shoe shine boy.
I don't
photo.
want to do. I don't think the listeners want to
it's
hear
a famous
this.
photo.
But yeah, if somebody else wants to pull that up, you
No,
can pull
the
it
shoe
up.
shine
I'm not going to
boy
do it on
is
my
a
computer.
Famous photo. It was a famous photo of a kid in the Lower East Side. He was a shoe shine boy. He was the only person that sat stationary on this specific corner.
Mm-hmm. And shine shoes.
He's the only person that's there. You can't see his hands because his hands are moving.
Mm-hmm.
He's stationary. He stays the same way. Meanwhile, this whole entire street and corner in New York City, people are bustling around.
Blurry.
Everybody's walking. No, there's nobody there because the exposure wasn't long enough to capture the people who are walking around.
Right.
The only thing that they captured was him being stationary, and the only reason why you can see that is because he is shining a ghost shoe.
So then your position
Exposure
would be
matters.
that it's all been a lie all the way back. It's been a lie
That
all
is
the way back.
absolutely not what I said.
Oh, I'm just asking.
No, I'm just talking about exposure. So the shoe shine boy was taken in the same era that
Mhm.
this photo was taken in, and there's no way that they could get dirt and everything else like that, and people fucking standing there, unless they were like modern day construction guys who just stand around like.
Yeah, there's like
Okay.
three guys. There's like three guys there. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Are we
Not be there.
are we boring
Okay,
you guys?
sorry,
We just went
Okay, I
really
need to-
down a rabbit hole. Somebody else want to talk?
Take a break on this.
So this is what happens in our world, and this is probably what's going to happen in tinfoil sombrero world. So like somebody else stand up. We do this every night. So, when it seems like we're fighting, we're not fighting. We're just like, what about this? What about the? You know, we do that thing. So anyway, somebody else take over.
We're a passionate
Yeah.
tribe is what we are.
Yeah.
But I think it speaks to a lot of just information. Information is information. It's sort of up to you to sort of, does good exist? Does evil exist? Which one is good? Which one is evil? Or is it just existing and we put our own personal spin on it as to whether it's good or evil, or is it inherent?
Damn, that's a good way to look at it, man. I mean, it is. Like,
it's hard.
We're presented with information, and you just try to. Is it real? You know, like when I walk around the street, you know, I think I see a car coming down the street. I know that it's coming down the street, so I choose not to walk across the street, so I don't get hit. And I think that's real information.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like now here we are, like a bunch of us nerds going way back in time over what we call quote unquote, you know, historical information. And now that we know how photos can be manipulated or AI can create stuff, we don't even know how long AI has been involved. We don't know.
Well,
We
even
just
that's
don't know.
if it is a before and after picture, if it's just like a marketing photo for the construction company or the excavation company, that's one thing. Okay, it's a composite photo showing a before and after in an artistic way, whatever. But if somebody says, "Hey, check out this mud flood stuff," okay, now you can say, "Well, that's fake. That's not what that is." When you present it like that, that's not true. If you want to say that. I mean, there's some pretty sharp, crisp lines on there that I don't think should be. That dirt should fall in places that it doesn't seem to be falling in that picture.
Sure.
But what I think that picture does show is something called liquefaction. Which I think, when I think of the mud flood, I don't think of necessarily water. Like, you have the Great Deluge, and you have the receding of all the great waters and the mud that would leave behind, yes. But there are also effects through frequency that would cause solid ground to turn and act as though it's a liquid, similar to what the 911 Commission report said happened to that airplane when it hit the ground. It hit the ground so fast that it turned the ground to liquid, and it buried the plane so deep that no one will ever be able to retrieve it again. It's just gone forever. That's the official story.
Could this be after the Great Madrid Fault earthquake?
I was about to,
Cami,
I was about
I'm sorry,
to bring
Josh,
that
you
up.
obviously, when you said liquefaction and doing that, because again,
Liquefaction still makes me think mud flood and water.
Thank you.
But liquefaction, I think, is the...
Thank you.
Yes.
You have that right.
Yeah.
You have the term right on that. But, yeah. Which,
Yeah,
that again is deeper research, and that might give you more information. Again, is it resulting from a big earthquake right then?
I mean, the old
that's a whole
stories.
different set.
I grew up out there, and the old stories from like my parents and grandparents and all about the New Madrid Fault. They talked about all sorts of crazy ass stories. They were like, there was cloudy skies, like weird weather, and they didn't get a summer, and they didn't get a bunch of stuff. And you know, you hear the old story about the Mississippi running the opposite direction for at least an hour or something. It formed a new river around itself, and like this weird shit where mud clods would come out of the ground, and a bunch of very strange things that you wouldn't understand unless you have a giant vibration of dirt at terra firma level, right? Like really strange stories. It's still out there in the you know the old stories from the Midwest. They all talk about it. They teach it in history in the Midwest. The New Madrid Fault's a big deal in Midwest history. They don't teach it a lot on the coasts, you know, but a lot of people know about it. But it's like a lot of weird shit happened. It's really hard to explain.
I grew up
like,
just outside of St. Louis. I am now just
like,
south of St. Louis now, so I'm quite
then
familiar.
you got more gravy than I do. You just go, because I'd love to hear what you got.
Well, it's really not even so much gravy. What really it reminds me of is the jolt that you felt when you found out about flat Earth. The same one I felt, because I had a literal physical reaction before I could click on that first flat Earth video.
Sure.
And it makes me think of the magic that they have to do, the magic that's involved with NASA, and all the magic that they tend to have, the spells that are cast that I guess probably must be required to get people to just blindly accept a lot of this information. And not even blindly, they do have to build it up, but for it to seat so deeply into people's consciousness that they will attack other human beings for questioning it. The spells, the strength of that magic, and what that must feel like when a person breaks that spell. Is that my physical reaction? Is that jolt that we feel when we come across it? Is that what it feels like to break that magical spell from these fucking NASA sorcerers that they got going on up there? Down there?
I wish I could like impart to people how beautiful it feels once you break through the labor of going through this stuff. And then, like a lot of us went through this for a lot of years, the heavy lifting is done. A person now could probably spend a couple of days and have all the resources in front of them and get it done in a couple of days.
Get Dave's app and they're there, man. Right. Yeah, they're there.
And like,
I'm
I'm trying to
take
impart
weeks of trying to find shit.
It's crazy. I'm trying to give a gift. It ain't a cult. I'm just trying to give a gift. Here's a gift. You're going to feel a lot better. Just take 2 or 3 days maybe a week for some people. There's some people that are a little more, not quite up to this. That might take them 2 weeks. I mean, we spent, 9-10 years on this stuff, diving through this shit.
Yeah, but it took me about 6 years before I felt better.
Yeah, I didn't feel good for at least the first 3 years. I felt like a fucking asshole for the first 3 years, And but now it's like, check this out. You're gonna feel really good. It's visceral. You're going to a bunch of doors are going to open for you. Number one, you're immediately not going to trust anybody else but yourself. But you're going to be able to discern and walk through this world a lot better, and it's visceral. You can feel it inside of your blood. It's an actual. I don't want to call it a high, but it is a high, and it's not fucking cult based. It's not bullshit. You guys got to stop me ranting, man. You guys are getting me ranting. Somebody else talk.
Well, I think it is a high. It's losing that fucking that breaking that spell and realizing, oh shit, the scales have fallen from my eyes. I can see now a bit more clearly than I could just 5 minutes ago. What the fuck is going on?
I know, it's amazing as shit. I want to impart it to people. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not very good at it. Usually I just end up screaming at people. I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to make it funny. Trying to do stuff that's like,
it's hard.
My Reckoner channel is all about just me sitting down and doing Sunday chats and just not doing any of the heavy lifting facts, math-based stuff. I'm just like, look, this is what it looks like to me. You can believe it or not, and like try to make it funny or try to make it something, because we're at the normalization phase now. We're past the heavy lifting. We got people in all the right places, and there's a bunch of people waiting to come out and say, yes, this is what it is. They're waiting because I want to call them cowards. I think they're playing chess, and I'm not gonna say it until I'm ready to say it. I think whoever said that about everyone saying it at once, getting one date where all the people that know it is to say it all at once. I think that's a really good idea. Whoever came up with that, please pursue it. Whatever that is.
Yeah, I'm gonna mention that on Glowbusters Sunday.
Yeah. The other thing to keep in mind and to really do all the people that don't have big channels and that out there is share on your other Facebooks or Telegrams or other things. Share the different YouTube shows and put the things out there where people can get it, because I found it interesting today. Zack was playing a Mark Sargent and Jesse Lee Peterson interview that is from over 5 years ago, but Mark put it on his channel today. And I wanted to continue listening to it. And I'm subscribed to both Mark Sargent and Jesse Lee Peterson. But when I put in both names together, my search results came up with Professor Dave. And then
what a shock.
Do not say that name more than two more times, or we're dead.
I know. And then a couple, but I mean, I'm serious. I typed in Mark Sargent, Jesse Lee Peterson, and came up with, and it's like, if you think, I'm typing in direct, and I'm subscribed to both of them. It's really hard to get to any of the channels. Again, even when you type in the channels, I'm subscribed to like Karen B, and it's hard for me to find her channel sometimes. They don't, and again, I'm subscribed to her when she's live. I should see it. You're like, oh, you should look over to your left. She's live, and it's no, it drops from there. So share the things out there on the different shows, because that's a big thing going is they are beyond hiding this stuff right now. It's going to even different levels.
I think what we'll do on the tinfoil sombreros, we'll just have tiles, the first 2 or 3 tiles leading into the show. Like the easiest one's Flat Earth Dave. I know there's a couple of other channels that have all the videos compiled. Mm-hmm. I just want that to hit over and over and over again. And again,
his app that's got the things. But yeah, it's crazy that, again, think about that. That it's like not only bent, but where you put in those names, it brings up somebody entirely different that has nothing that's anti them.
Yeah, and so there's I know that
I didn't type in Flat Earth. I didn't type in anything like that.
Yeah, it's almost, you have to have the website just legitimately. You have to go exactly to this website. And I know there's 2 others, and then that just has to hit every week, and we do it. And so you've skipped. I did a couple of videos on the Reckoner, and I was like, look, here's how you skip around it. You want to get all your juice, all your gravy in one single stop without fighting YouTube. And I think that's kind of important for everybody out there that's doing this kind of stuff, is that if you're doing a repeating radio show or whatever, video show, whatever you're doing, is like hit like something. It doesn't matter if it's Dave's stuff or somebody else's spot, wherever all those videos sit. It's an easy way to get them right in there and immediately get, underneath, like not underneath, but like looking at these videos that are actually without censorship. They're already there. And like, what about water level? What about, all the topics that we talk about? They're literally labeled that way. You could just click on it and you get your answer. As
So
opposed,
basically, what you're saying is everybody should go and sign up for the Sun, Moon, and Zodiac.
I don't make any money
app.
on this, but like, yeah, you should go to the app, but like, that's not what this is. But like, it's really just like getting somebody to a spot where they can look at all the videos.
Is that the app by Blue Water Bay?
And when shows are live, that you like, share that show on, like share it on Facebook or, share it and just say, hey, by the way, people, it's playing live, because a lot of people that have signed up for notifications aren't getting them. So especially if you've got an FE friend base, even, I mean, among people that are subscribed, the stuff isn't coming up in a lot of the channels they tried to get you to drop. So just keep on putting it out there that they're live.
Yeah, and it's like, I know it's frustrating for like a lot.
Sharing is Karen.
Sharon is Karen. Yep.
Yeah, so like I know there's a lot of people like, if you're like new to this topic, if you want to understand the frustration, just imagine 9 years ago how frustrated it was for us. But like it's getting wings down. It's like really important to like now just nudge spread them and like get them out there, and like there's no more fight here. Like everybody knows it, everybody is starting to get it, and I can read the tea leaves, man. There's like, you can see it from like celebrity positions, because people follow celebrities for whatever reason. There a lot of people are hinting at it now, and it's going to come, and it's really just about like softly nudging. Here's a spot where you can really go get some really good information. And
Speaking of celebrities, let's talk about P. Diddy.
No, we don't talk about P. This is just to stay. Let's stay on flat Earth. I don't want to talk about that, guys. Like whatever. Anyway, I was a rant. We have to probably pop off here. I think we've been going for like almost 3.5 hours.
It's been an hour
right?
or four.
Yeah,
right at 4. I guess we should probably do that. Guys, look, if y'all haven't figured it out by now, there's a new show coming to town.
Yeah.
Starring Lowry.
No, it's not starring
Lowry,
me.
Nicole, Andy B, and of course Rico, without whom's tinfoil sombrero
With
this
his
whole thing would
cameos
ever
by
happen.
Cami and Karen.
Absolutely great. But yeah, guys, thank y'all for coming over here and hanging out with us. And certainly anytime y'all want to double blast this thing together, we'll hook it up and blow it out.
You bet. And thank you so much for having us on. We really appreciate it. And lots of true love for you cats. I mean, it's this is a strange world we live in, and I adore all you guys. I really do. And I'm happy to know you. And thank you for having us on.
Back at you.
And we'll do more in the future. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
Heck
thank
yeah.
you for making the abnormal normal.
You nailed it. You definitely nailed it on that one.
Cheers, guys, and we're gonna pop off.
All right.
Thanks,
Thanks,
you
guys. Have
All
a
right,
great
thank you,
weekend.
Larry.
Cheers.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank
Oh,
you.
shit. I didn't even know we lost Rico here already. Well, thank you, Rico, and thank you, Andrew. And thank you, Cami, who is also
I see
popping
Karen's
out here
gone
next.
too.
I know.
Yep.
And
Good night,
Karen has
everybody.
gone. Well, Lord, they're just.
I want to
falling
mess
like
up on somebody's microphone now, so we can play that game more. That was fun.
Yeah.
That went exactly as well as I hoped it would.
Well, thank you all truly for hanging out.
Fuck, your timing is
and
impeccable.
Andrew finally came back to tell all those.
By the
fucking
way,
stories
I
he's
got a
been
joke
holding
for
up.
y'all. Didn't want to miss out.
Well, I was going to say to everybody that in case they didn't know who I actually was, my name is Andrew Baker. I'm a Glober. I believe everything that NASA tells me, and I trust the government 100%. And everything... I can't even continue. I'm sorry. It's just, that's my joke. Sorry. I was trying to test myself, like, for how far I could go with it. But yeah, it was still funny. I hope.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay. Like I said, it's my own personal joke. I'm just making it up. But yeah, either way, very, very wonderful time today. Thank you very much for having all the four of us on. And we will be hopefully live streaming on Sunday night. And the topic is going to be very off the wall on purpose because we don't even know what it is yet.
Nice.
But yeah, we're getting some help.
You guys
from
are copying us. Y'all have to stop that.
I expect quality production, pre-planned events, good guests, great interviews, shit like that. That way you know that we have nothing to do with it.
3-minute trailer.
Yeah, Joe Rogan and Steven Spielberg are going to be in the background, kind of helping us with all that kind of stuff.
That's what you need.
But yeah, that's hopefully happening this Sunday, and also on Wednesday. That's when we're doing the next trivia for charity in, beneficiary for Austin Whitsitt and Kai Whitsitt for their new baby girl coming soon.
As they breed out the next net flat Earth army.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Run Boston Bear, JT, is the one that organized the GoFundMe. And we're hoping to raise a whole bunch of money. So if anyone that's listening has, a little tiny bit of cash to throw around, then just understand it's going to a very, very good cause. And if anyone can beat my donation, I will personally do something for you. I know that. Don't take that the wrong way.
You gotta be less vague.
That's also hard to beat. So,
well, meat or
on a side note, I won't do it. I won't do it.
Oh, did you guys want to see the thing I was gonna show you?
Boy,
so I didn't want to.
Yeah, what were you gonna show us?
Shit, where'd it go?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my God. Okay, I'll have to hop on I had it just pulled up. What the fuck happened?
Do it on the Zoom call.
Yeah, I'll have to. Sorry, guys. No, it was about some just nonsensical space bullshit.
I was really close to thinking you were going to deliver this time.
Maybe Monday morning.
If you want me to show it, I'll look it up.
Fool me
just
once.
a matter of...
Shame on.
That's fine.
Shame on. Well, they won't get fooled again.
So next Wednesday, following our oh Lord, that's where my brain is. Next Wednesday morning, following our Ironworks, I'm going to hop over there and hang out with Nachiketa on his channel. So I dropped the link in the chat. I'll drop it everywhere else. So, but yeah, I appreciate Nach asking me to come hang out. He's reaching out to you there as well, Josh. I don't know if you saw it.
I have not yet.
In one of the chats that we're in. I think it might be the Ironworks chat where yeah, there it is. Look in the Ironworks chat. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. Too late. You missed it. Click. 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 All right, I got to get some grub in me. I am done, man.
Yeah, my eyes are closing.
Mm-hmm. Love y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Yeah, love you guys.
Cheers.
Have a great weekend. We will see you back here. I don't see why not. Next Friday for more Have No Sphere. What we're going to do, I have yet to determine, but shit.
Well, I'm hoping with the misfire with Lucas thinking it was this Friday, we wanted him on. Maybe we can get him for next Friday. That's what I messaged him. We'll see what happens.
Well, we'll be here. And Lucas. Maybe.
And Lucas, possibly. Possibly.
Allegedly.
All right, guys. Again, thank you.
Love you guys. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next week. Don't forget, Ironworks every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 4 a.m. Central to 6 a.m. What a glutton for punishments we are. Love you guys. Be good. Be well. Do good. Do it well. Deuces. Fade to black, bitch.